Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just a little brief introductory All right, if everybody's well fed and caffeinated, if you could grab your last cup of coffee for the morning and head back to your seats. We'll get started here in just a minute. I can't tell you how excited I am and how amazing this is. I was getting so nervous this week preparing for all this. And we have such an awesome team of people that were taking care of all of the necessities. And I just felt myself getting really, really ramped up. And I was talking to my wife, Barbara, and it was like, I feel like this is how I felt before our wedding. And you know, I was super nervous before the wedding until I realized, like, we dropped a lot of money on this thing, and we have all these friends and family here with us. And I really just want to enjoy this. And so I'm feeling that way now. I'm just so happy and grateful and blessed to be here with you all. And so I just want to welcome everybody who's traveled far and wide, people online. We're live streaming this all across the world, so welcome if you're watching online. And we have a number of our students here from our CPMAP certification, which you'll hear more about. So welcome to all our students and their families, spouses, and loved ones and friends who make great sacrifices for students to go through programs of serious study. So I'm really grateful for your sacrifices as well. We are here at Montrose School, and they're graciously hosting us for this event. So we have some of the staff and people here from Montrose. Also, the brother school, Sparhawk Academy for Boys, is very close. And so I just want to welcome everybody from Sparhawk as well. We have Monsignor Garza, who has traveled up from Miami, from the Archdiocese of Miami. Welcome, Monsignor. And I want to also offer a very special welcome to Bishop-elect Ruggieri from the Diocese of Portland. And so this is a very, very special opportunity because we don't often get to be in the presence of a bishop-elect. It's like we're watching a bird just about to hatch out of the egg, and you know it's about to happen. And it happens. It's Tuesday, right? Tuesday is the installment. So we're so wonderful, so grateful to have Bishop. And when he was in the Diocese of Providence, and he was going through our CPMAP program, and then we found out that he was going to become the Bishop of Portland. And so I thought, how amazing is this? What great marketing. We've got a bishop that's gone through our program. So thank you so much, Bishop. And Bishop-elect, I should say. We've got to be appropriate. So I'm going to ask you if you could please come up here to just start us off with a little blessing on the day. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Gracious and loving God, we recall that we are here in your presence. We thank you for being in our midst, moving with your Spirit among us. Inspire our speakers today, inspire our conversations and dialogue. And as we recall in the scriptures, the mountaintop, the summit was always a place of encounter with you. So may this be a day of encounter with you as we encounter each other, and bless us this day through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much. So like I said, this is really just a day of celebration. It started off as an idea to celebrate the graduates from our certification program. And I thought, well, we should get a keynote speaker. That would be a lot of fun and really bless and honor the work that was done and the beauty and value of that. And then I thought, well, why not get more than one? Let's have a couple. Let's make this a whole day. Let's make this an extravagant summit celebration. And I was thinking we could do like a week-long retreat somewhere. And then, people said, well, let's settle that down a little bit. But maybe next year. Well, we have been pouring our hearts out into this program. And it's been inspired by a part of my life that was dropped in my heart when I was at Boston College as a freshman in college, and I encountered the work of John Paul II. And St. John Paul II, obviously many of us are devotees, and we're some of us are the JP2 generation. But what happened in my heart is that he healed things that I didn't even know were broken. And I realized that I, like all of us, grew up in a culture and in a world where our bodies and spirits are separated in the way that we understand ourselves. And our world has lost a sense of the spiritual. Our world has lost a sense of being made in the image of God. And then we're scrambling to try to make sense of how to be happy in this world, how to make sense of our longings, how to make sense of the conflict that we feel and experience in our lives. But Jesus gave us already all the answers that we need. And we know from church teaching that Christ reveals man to himself and makes his divine calling clear. Jesus is our answer. And that's not just some superficial prayer card kind of saying, is it? We know that if we want to know how to be human, we can look to Jesus for the answer. Thank you. John Paul II showed us in his life what it looked like to live a human life in the image of God. And, just Thursday we had the Feast of St. Athanasius, and we have this idea of becoming God through the incarnation, that Jesus becomes one with us. God becomes man so that man can become God. And this is kind of shocking to think about what that looks like, what that means. But Jesus is the bridge. He's not only the image, he's not only who we're made out of, he's the bridge that actually we can go through to become one with God. And this is a theme that I think we need to really sink into and really let ourselves be formed by. This is the point of integration. Integration is a word that's used a lot. And especially when you get into Catholic things, people use this word a lot. And I think it's a really good question. I was talking with Dr. Matt Bruninger, and we were discussing this one time, and he said, what does integration even mean? A lot of people use that word. I do not think that word means what you think that means. But we can know what integration is, and we can know what we're called to through it. And what it means is that we're made in God's image, and then he came into this world to show us how to live the way he made us to live. That's Jesus. And then in union with Jesus, we are then integrated fully. That's the fullness of integration. Divinization is the fullness of integration. And this answers every question about anything we want to know about being human. We were at the Catholic Psychotherapy Association last weekend, and a number of professionals here in the room, and we're talking beautifully about all of these different theories of psychology and schools of thought, and there's all these waves of psychology, and they come and they go. And when we look at these things through a Catholic lens, we can make even the most secular theories beautiful. They shine with God's radiance because they come from the human heart. And whether it's Freud or Carl Rogers even, their human hearts do proclaim something of what it is to be human. But we really realize here in this room that we know as Catholics that you can't answer the question of what are we made for and how can we be happy if we don't understand that our ultimate destiny is divinization, to be one with God. How could we ever make sense of any part of our human experience without realizing what we're actually made for, every single one of us? Atheist or fallen away or woke liberal or any other thing that we think we're so different from. Every single human heart is made to be in complete union with the divine. And every single human heart will find fulfillment only in a path that leads to that and ultimately rests in that. This is integration. And this is what the world is desperate for. This is what my heart learned when I was 20 years old, reading Love and Responsibility. And this is what I committed myself to spend the rest of my life proclaiming and finding out ways to make this accessible, because John Paul II is not usually that accessible, but which half of you in the room at least know my thoughts on that. But this is our vocation. We are missionaries of integration. And we are here to show the world, to proclaim loudly to the world, to follow Jesus is to be on the path to happiness. It's happiness that you seek. It is Jesus you seek when you're longing for happiness. And we can allow that connection point with other humans. I don't know if any of you caught the episode, the podcast, Being Human podcast from last week, and I had our esteemed speakers together on a group call, and it kind of emerged in this conversation that this underlying common denominator of suffering is actually what bridges the gap between every single human person. And it doesn't matter what their proclaimed faith or belief is or how much faith they've been given the grace to have. We all suffer. Father Stan Fortuna has a rap song, Everybody Gotta Suffer. Father Agostino is here from the CFRs, one of our students, and I was a friar. Some of you might know that or not, but I spent 3.5 years with these friars, and some of the most blessed parts of my life. And Father Stan, I would see him in the morning getting coffee and stuff, and every time I saw him, his rap song that I heard in high school would go through my head. Everybody gotta suffer, everybody. And it was always like, but it was like, it's so profound when you let that actually sink in, that this connects us across the board, across cultures, across countries, across belief systems. Every single human heart is longing for an answer to the suffering that we experience. How can this make sense? How can I be relieved of this suffering? And this is where we can come in. This is where people's hearts will be open to us. And it doesn't matter what's on the surface. Every single human heart is fertile soil for your words of hope and healing. So we bring these things together. And through this lens, with this understanding of the person, with this anthropology, fancy word for just understanding how we're made, how we're wounded, and how we can be healed, we can engage in real relationship with every person we come across who's suffering and asking for help. So when I was I discerned religious vocation with the Franciscans. I ultimately completed a lot more healing in my heart. That process that started when I was 20, and I discovered God was actually calling me to marriage. So I left the friars in temporary vows. I went to graduate school at Institute for Psychological Sciences, and I finished my doctorate there, and I met my wife, and we moved up to Manhattan and started a practice, and then started building a practice based on this beautiful ethos and this truth of integration. And at the Institute, we talked about integration all the time. And it's funny, amongst my colleagues, we can usually tell when somebody starts talking about Catholic things, Catholic therapy, and there's a lot of open questions about how to be a Catholic therapist. But this is sort of the bread and butter of daily conversation at IPS, which was really amazing. And so starting a private practice out of that kind of place, it was kind of easy to figure out, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to work with the church. And eventually more students came and we grew. And then we started training other students who are looking for, not students at that point, professionals who are looking for supervised hours. And we were growing a group practice. And we did this for 5-6 years. And my partner, Dr. Brian Violet, who's here, he kind of challenged me at one point. He said, why aren't we putting this down on writing? We have this model, quote unquote, that we're practicing from, but it hasn't ever been written down. Nobody knows where to find the model. You keep saying, are you following the model? But we don't even have anything to point to. So I took that really seriously and spent the next 2 years after that basically in the janitor's closet. That's what I told everybody. You can find me in the janitor's closet, buried under books, and I was just writing away at a curriculum to manualize our training that we were doing internally, and that this would be something that we could offer the world externally. And so then we launched the Catholic Psych Model of Applied Personalism. It's a mouthful, but we just call it the CPMAP. And we started to introduce it to people and invite people to go deeper in understanding how to bring together the philosophy of the human person, the traditional spirituality of our church faith tradition, and psychological sciences to really get to understand who the person is. And so here we are. We've gone through a full number of rounds. We've got 11 graduates who we're going to be honoring here today. And we have over 100 students who are currently matriculated or waiting for the next cohort to begin. And so this has been just such a profound blessing and awe-inspiring for myself to be able to take a step back and see this work of God. And I can't wait to share with you today so much more about what this means for the world. Because the students, the people who are coming through our program are each inspired in their own way, profoundly called by God to do something with what we're doing. And I had no idea what that could actually look like, but I knew that God was calling us to do something that was not just limited to the licensed mental health profession. It was something that was going to be much more expansive. And it was much more sort of core. And so we have Father Louis from Haiti, who still going through the program, but he's going to be taking whatever God is calling him to do to use this and go to Haiti. And we have Father Sam. I don't want to give everybody's story because you're going to hear from them directly, but we have people, transforming the priesthood, transforming retreats, transforming pilgrimage experiences, and transforming therapy. We have therapists coming through the program, but it changes profoundly the way that the practice of therapy is conducted. And this is because it comes back to the human person, how to understand the person. Knowing what I see when I encounter a person who's suffering, having a way to frame out what they need, and then knowing how my relationship with this person can be a part of blessing them, facilitating God's grace of healing in their life on a wide spectrum of possibilities and context. So this is what we're here to do today, to celebrate this great work of God, to celebrate the students who have come through our program, and to celebrate the incarnation, to celebrate Jesus being with us and showing us what it is to be human. We're going to have this morning 2 keynote speakers, and we're also going to hear from one of our new graduates about her capstone project. The capstones are the final requirement for going through the certification, and that's where we discern with each person what God is actually calling you to do with this certification, how you're going to use this in the world and take it and share it with the world. And so we have some of the students sharing their capstones. We also have on the outside tables, the graduates have their own little station, so you can hear more about what they're doing even if they don't get to share today from up here. By the way, if you haven't figured out already, we have coffee and snacks in the back. We also have books for sale. We'll have some time for book signings as well, as long as the speakers are okay with that and the authors are okay with that. We'll set that time up. And then we do have some information at the back as well, and some of our team who's available to answer questions about any of the things that we talk about today or any of the work that we're doing. For our first speaker, I'm going to introduce now Dr. Gerry Crete. He has worked as an educator and mental health professional for over 30 years. He founded Transfiguration Counseling and Coaching, which is at transfigurationcounseling.com. And his clinical specialties include the treatment of trauma, addictions, and anxiety disorders. And he's got offices and counselors and coaches all over the Atlanta area. I think I saw North Carolina as well. So transfigurationcounseling.com if you're in that area and you need any help. He's a licensed professional counselor, a licensed marriage and family therapist. He's an EMDR-IA approved EMDR consultant. He's received training in emotional focus therapy, internal family systems, ego state therapy, and clinical hypnosis, as if that wasn't enough. Dr. Crete is President Emeritus of the Catholic Psychotherapy Association. He's a co-founder of an online mental health resource called Souls and Hearts, soulsandhearts.com, which is an amazing community. Please check that out as well. I keep wanting to say we'll put a link in the show notes, but we don't have that here available, so we'll have links available somewhere. He hosts his own podcast, Be With the Word, and he's a recurring guest on Matt Fradd's podcast, Pints with Aquinas. He's facilitated numerous retreats and workshops for various Catholic dioceses and has provided consultation for the Jesuit Conference of Canada and United States and the Trappist Order of Cistercians of the Strict Observance. He's a regular writer for Exodus 90 and has provided mental health meditations for the Hallow app. Dr. Crete also specializes in working with seminarians, priests, and religious. He's currently an adjunct professor at St. Vincent's Seminary in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, teaches for the Institute for Ministry Formation. He has long been passionate about integrating principles of the Christian faith with effective mental health treatment and general wellness, such as internal family systems, which he writes about, and you'll hear more about now. And most recently, he authored Litanies of the Heart, Relieving Post-Traumatic Stress and Calming Anxiety Through Healing Our Parts, which you could purchase at the back table and get him to sign later. Last but not least, Dr. Crete has been married over 30 years, has 3 adult children. He was born in Ottawa, Canada, and currently lives in Atlanta. He's an accomplished therapist, supervisor, author, father, and husband, a true leader in integration, a man of integrity himself, who inspires those who know him to go deeper into the human journey and pursue holiness as the ultimate goal. I am pleased to present Dr. Gerry Crete.
Great. Thank you. That sounds impressive, hearing it like that. So blessed to be here with you, and thank you to Dr. Greg for all that you do in your ministry and the work that you do here, and I'm blessed to be a part of it and to help honor the graduates and their families, friends, and others. So thank you for having me. So I am going to talk about a few things, especially parts. And I had a few questions for the audience because it's going to direct my choice. So this is kind of a choose your own adventure presentation. First of all, how many of you have ever really heard about or know a little bit about parts work, whether that's internal family systems or ego? Oh, wow, okay, that's a lot. I wasn't sure. I could have expected 5 hands, and so anyway, okay. How many of you have heard of or seen the movies, the Marvel movies, the Avengers? Less people. Oh, wow, that's incredible. I misread my audience. Okay, how many of you have read or seen the Lord of the Rings movies? Okay, well, that's better. That's better. Okay. So I'm going to just introduce the idea of parts. The other question. How many of you have read or are a little bit familiar with the Bible? Sister, I see your hand is not up. Okay. All right. So I wanted to just start with a little bit of fun. I'm a super geek. I prefer to say geek rather than nerd because I'm not that good with math. And so when I was thinking about parts, I've been reflecting on this, and I look for parts everywhere now. And I'm going to explain a little bit what parts are if you're not that familiar. But when I think about a movie like The Avengers, and Marvel and these movies they made were pretty brilliant. I used to read the comic books, so I was very familiar. But they started out with Iron Man, and then they did, I think, Captain America, or they had the Hulk or something. Anyway, each of the characters in the Avengers, or almost all of them, had their own movie. There's Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk. And they each had their own movie, and they had their story. And each of those characters has some goodness, and each of those characters has some kind of flaw. And so you see a little bit of the journey in each of their individual movies. And the brilliance that Marvel did with this was that they set that up, right? And it led to having an Avengers movie. And in the Avengers movie, these superheroes all came together for some larger common purpose. So where am I going with this? I see, in answer to Greg's question about integration, that's integration. And each of the characters, individual superhero characters in their own movies, was, I see, as a part. And coming together as the Avengers becomes a whole. And within us, I think we relate to those characters, anyone that has seen them or likes them, we relate to those characters because in them we see something of ourselves. And so within us is a truth seeker seeking goodness and justice, the Captain America. Within us is a resourceful, ingenious, rogue like Iron Man. Within us, there is strength, like the Hulk. Within us, there is a noble warrior, like Thor. Within each one of us, I'm going to say nurture, which may surprise some who paid attention, a Black Widow, for example. But when they come together as a whole, with their various abilities and strengths, as a team, they're unstoppable. And they can defeat all sorts of really severe situations, alien invasions, you name it, that individually they wouldn't be able to defeat. But within each of those characters is a flaw, is some kind of burden, is some kind of weakness. And so I love the character of Iron Man for lots of reasons. One is, yes, he's resourceful and genius, but when he's at his worst, he is prideful, self-indulgent. Even Iron Man, his power is this suit that keeps him, like it's iron, right? And he's got all these abilities. And the inner man is inside. The vulnerability is inside and protected. And so, but at his worst, he's prideful, he's an alcoholic, he is bad in relationships, this kind of thing. Captain America is harder to see the flaw, but if you look, he can be naive. He can, and I would actually even argue he suppresses emotions. The Hulk, of course, is easy. He's super strong. His weakness is anger. He can turn into rage, right? And so he can lose control and be rageful. Thor is a noble warrior, but he can be arrogant, he can be impulsive. So each of, and I would say Black Widow nurturing, but, and there's an implication she can't have children and wants children, so she has a side of her that's nurturing, but on the other hand, she's I think a triple agent or something, so she can be duplicitous. All right, so all these different characters who come together work together as a whole are more powerful. So my thought is, when it comes to parts, is that within us is a multiplicity. Within each one of us, there are different parts that are resources, and we're made that way. So it's part of being human that there's a multiplicity there. As I switch franchises real quick here, I know that there were a lot of Lord of the Rings fans, and I could do a whole talk on this because it would be fun, but we see the same thing in the Lord of the Rings. And we relate to the different characters because there's something about, we see ourselves a little bit in each one, right? We have Frodo, who wants to do his best. He's kind of has common sense. He has a kind of a good heart, but he can be indecisive. Sam is loyal, practical, but he can be insecure. Gandalf has wisdom, right, and knowledge, but he miscalculates. He doesn't see evil. Boromir is a warrior. He's a leader. He's strong. He's patriotic. He's loyal, but he fell prey to pride, right? I can go through all of them. Aragorn, it was meant to be king, but didn't know who he was. So within us, there is a loyal Sam. Within us, there is a doing your best Frodo, who has to carry, burdens probably of trauma, or maybe of the weight of the world, so to speak. Within us, there is a Gandalf. There's some wisdom. Within us, there's a warrior. So we have within us amazing multiplicity. I think St. Paul gets at that in a really interesting way when he says, I do what I do not want to do. He's speaking to an inner conflict. So within even St. Paul, right, there's some divisiveness within. St. James talks about a war among your members, right? And so we're getting at this idea of this inner conflict, this inner struggle, and where that leads. So I'm going to pause, because I'm going to get into some biblical things and some saints in a moment. But what I want to do right now is to make it a little bit real, because I've talked about it, and if you're listening, you might be having questions, and that's perfectly fine. But you might be thinking, oh, that's interesting, but how do we do that? What is that? And so I want to do a little experiential activity. So I'm going to invite you to join me in this just for a few minutes. It's hard to do as a large group, but I've done it with large groups, and I just want to say that in this activity, if your mind wanders somewhere else or you have a slightly different experience, it's just fine, okay? And if you're not following me completely, that's just fine. This is like, if it's your first time doing any activity like that, there's no right or wrong to it. And if it was one-on-one, I would guide you through it. I'm not able to do that with a group. So don't be hard on yourself if you don't get it right away. All right, so I'm going to invite everyone, if you want to, it's optional, but I suggest having both feet on the ground. Yeah, just get comfortable where you're seated. And I always like to start by taking a few breaths, deep ones. Hold it for a moment, and then breathe out. I always like to begin by saying, Lord Jesus, and breathe in. Have mercy on me, and breathe out. So Lord Jesus, breathe in. Have mercy on me, breathe out. And I'm going to do this along with you. So as you pause for a moment, and you're noticing your breathing, you're connecting with your physical body. We know the soul is a form of the body and that they're connected. So we're connecting to begin with our bodies. And I'm going to invite you to notice if there's any tightness or tension or any kind of odd sensations in your physical body. You're just noticing. You're not going to do anything with it. You're just going to see if it's there. And I know for myself, I tend to feel tightness in my shoulders, which I'm feeling a little right now. I'm just going to notice that. And if you do notice any tightness or tension, I'm going to invite you now to look inside, just inside, perhaps I would say your heart, or perhaps just inside your mind, and see if there's a part of you. That might be something some people visualize, some people just sense. It's all good. But a part of you that's holding that tension. And if you're able to picture that, just notice who that is. What does that part look like? It might look like you. It might look like some version of you. It could look like a physical object, a wall or a dragon. It could be somebody that you've seen or somebody you've not seen. But whatever it is, however it shows up, just notice. And if it's not visual for you, just sort of see what sense you get from it. So if you're able to get a sense of it or see, notice what it's doing. If you see a face, the expression, its disposition. And if it feels right to you, ask this part about the tension that it's carrying. If it's willing to share with you what that's all about. Just take a moment and just listen. You may get a sense for the answer. I know in my case, there's tension in my shoulders, and I look inside at the part of me. Maybe there's a part of me that's a little bit nervous, a little bit worried. Hey, am I going to be incoherent? Are people going to like me? Are people going to like the talk? So that part of me is a little insecure and just nervous. So I'm just going to notice that part of me. And then I'm going to invite you, if you're able to get some sort of answer or a sense of an answer, to notice what is this part's intention? What is it interested in? What is it concerned about? And in my case, this part its intention is just wants me to do a good job. Just wants me to be safe. And if it feels right to you or seems to fit, if you get a sense for the intention of your part, See if you can thank the part. Thank you for carrying this burden. Thank you for looking out for me in some way. Even if the burden is not one you like or maybe unhelpful, just see if you can recognize that the part is trying to do something good. And I'm going to ask you this sort of magic question here, and that is, to you, how do you feel toward this part? How do you feel, feeling word, emotion, toward this part? This is always a tricky question in a group because this could go 2 ways or 3 ways. But if you feel some compassion, if you feel a sense of love or care toward this part, then take a moment and see if you can extend some of that compassion and care toward the part in some way. See if you can show the part your compassion, however you would like to do that. And if the part is able to receive that compassion, notice how it feels for the part to experience that. I know in my case, just extending compassion to this sort of nervous part, I immediately notice my shoulders feel a little lighter. I feel a little less concerned about how I'm doing. It's also possible that you didn't feel compassion toward the part. That's okay too. And if you didn't, and it was something else, maybe it could be anger, or it could be frustration or any shame, it could be anything, any negative feeling. If there is something like that, that's perfectly normal. And then what we find there is that that's another part. So if you have a part that has some kind of negative or just critical or any kind of feeling like that, then you've got another part that showed up. So that's really cool. And we aren't going to spend time with that because we only have so much time today, but we just notice that that part showed up. We can thank it for showing up. And that what we would do typically in parts work there would be, we would see if that part is willing to just sort of wait for a little bit, hold back a little bit, so that we can continue working with the part we started with. And if that wasn't going to be okay, then we would just turn our attention and work with that part. But let's just return our attention now to the part we started with. And if that part was able to receive even a little bit of compassion, just noticing, if that's the case, how good that feels. And I just invite you to notice what happens to the tension and tightness that you started with in your body. It might be the same. It might have gotten lighter or changed or moved. It's all good. And so we just thank that part for showing up. Maybe if you feel like it, you can check in on that part later if you're able to connect with it. And we're going to make our way back into our outer world, just nice and slow. Just take your time, and you can open your eyes, you can wiggle your legs, you can move about, you can dance around if you want, and come back to the external world. Thank you for doing that little exercise with me. I am going to do a little Q&A after, and so if you have, I am going to be curious to know what that was like for you, whether you're able to engage in it. I know it's a little because it's a large group. Some people have a difficult time going inward in a large group setting, but you guys look like you were deep in a deep space. Appreciate that. So what we were doing there is kind of like looking inside, kind of looking inward. And when I've done this with especially priests and religious, excuse me, or lay people who have done a lot of contemplative prayer, they get it like that. They immediately go there. It's really nice. With others, sometimes you have to walk them through that a lot more than what I did just now to help them like look inside. Because so many of us are looking, really through the lens of, we would say, a manager part that is very blended. And so the word blending there is, I think it's a great word for it. It's this idea that all these are parts. They kind of blend with the self, with the inner self, in such a way that they're sort of running the show. So if we have, like who's riding the bus? Is it a part that's blended with the self, or is it more directed from that inner spiritual center? And the more that we unblend from our parts, the more that we make some connection with them. Just if you were able to do that even a little bit in our activity, then you did a little unblending. You got a little distance, enough distance from that part of you to be able to work with it, right? And the more that, and if a second part showed up, that might have happened for some, then you got another part showing up, and you could spend some time there and getting a little bit of distance from each of our parts. All right, I'm back up just a little bit. Parts work has been around for a really long time. It goes back, into the early days of psychology with Paul Federn and psychosynthesis, and he was a contemporary of Freud's. And in the 1960s and 70s, you have John and Helen Watkins from the psychodynamic tradition and the clinical hypnosis tradition developing ego state therapy. But then, interestingly enough, in the 1980s, Dick Schwartz, who is a founder of internal family systems, which is the most popular type of parts work currently, he was a marriage and family therapist, and he was working with women who had eating disorders, and they had tremendous trauma histories. And he did this sort of therapeutic activity that you see primarily in Gestalt therapy, where he had an empty chair activity. So he would have like somebody, they're sitting in a chair, and then they would be talking to sort of a part of themselves or another person, and then they switch. They move into the chair, and then they talk back to the other person, but it's just one person switching chairs. And he was doing that, and what he was finding was that he didn't have to move chairs around, that the person could connect with inner parts within themselves. And this was fascinating. And as he was working with them, and they were sort of getting in touch with the parts, once all the parts were unblended, and there were no parts that were kind of like blended with the system, it revealed something. And what it revealed was the self. He would call it the self. And he capitalized the S. And what he found was that no matter how bad the trauma history, no matter how bad, in this case, like the eating disorder situation, once you did that, the person accessing their self was naturally compassionate, naturally kind, naturally patient, naturally creative, naturally a kind of a healing, kind of a natural presence. It didn't matter. And so he developed this whole approach of helping a person unblend from their parts and work from self. He would say working in self, working from self, and that to minister to, if you will, one's various parts. And he's secular, right? So he's not Christian. And he saw this more and more as like a spiritual experience, which is really interesting. And I think it's fascinating because I think Dick Schwartz stumbled upon a spiritual truth that we as Catholics already knew. And that is that we're created in the image of God. I think he stumbled on that. Because in ego state therapy, I've been trained, I love ego state therapy, actually, in some ways, more than IFS. But ego state therapy leaves that open as to, is there a self, or what is the self? It's just, they might see the self as just another part or something. But they could go either way. There's very open kind of a theory. But in internal family systems, the self is very particular. It's not another part. It is this core, compassionate center. So I think what he stumbled upon was what the saints and monastics and so on would call our spiritual center. St. Paul says the inmost self, the law of God in my inmost self. And so, and we have throughout the history of the church, like, this sense of this core inner part of the soul, a deep center of the soul. St. Athanasius, who just had a feast day, called it the mirror of the soul. We hear eye of the heart, eye of the soul. We hear cave of the heart. So we have this sense that there's a deeper spiritual center. And what I think is interesting is that if that deeper spiritual center is truly the place where the Holy Spirit dwells, if it's truly the place that best reflects that image of God, then if you are unblending from parts, if you meanwhile, but also in a state of grace, and you're unblending from parts, then it really is a spiritual activity to unblend one's parts to get access to that deep spiritual center. And so when the inmost self is available, right, and we're in a place where we receive the sacraments and so on, then I've come to see that the graces, the virtues, the infused virtues of faith, hope, and love are just flow, really. Christ really flows, in a sense. The Holy Spirit flows through, grace flows through our inmost self to our parts. And the healing that can happen there is even greater than the healing that Dick Schwartz does. Because he's capturing it on the natural realm, like he's capturing the truth, a certain truth to it on the natural realm. And he's grasping to some extent in a spiritual level, but he doesn't grasp fully the extent of the supernatural power of God working within the person. So anyway, I kind of think that's amazing. I attend a Byzantine Catholic church, and I love the Eastern Christianity and love the patristics. I get excited about this. And so I did some research. I don't know, Mother Natalia's smiling. I did a lot of research on this, and the Eastern Church, they talk about something called the nous, N-O-U-S. It's a Greek term. In sort of ancient Greek, it would have implied more of the mind or the intellect. But in the Christian tradition, in the Eastern Christian tradition, the nous implies more than just the intellect. It implies a kind of knowing in the heart. It implies a deep knowing in the heart. And when and some of the saints talk about it, what it is for us to be in a fallen state, what it is for us to be, living in sin or whatnot. The noose is darkened, is the way they describe it. The noose is darkened, so we don't have access to it. And in that, and here I am like overlaying that into parts work, and I'm thinking, wow, so when the noose is darkened, there's no access to that inner spiritual center, there's no access to those graces, then the parts are kind of on their own, without leadership, without guidance, without something coherent. It's the Avengers, but they're all scattered. They don't have anything to bring them together. It's the Fellowship of the Ring when they're all scattered and they're all separated and on their own. When Frodo and Sam go off and the others separate, there's that disintegration. And so when the parts are actually, when the noose, when the inmost self is illuminated, if you will, when that's opened up, that door is open, that window is open, so to speak, and the graces are able to flow, and the parts are brought back home, if you will, and the parts are unburdened, and they're allowed to be beautiful resources that we have. Then we have that's integration, and that's when you have this inner harmony within. And in my mind, that's the therapeutic goal for anyone in a Catholic approach, would be to experience inner harmony. You could also call that an inner peace, if you will. And so we have, glimpses of this throughout the history of the church. You're not going to find an ancient saint or whatever using IFS language per se, typically, or parts psychology language directly, but you have glimpses of it all over the place. And so we hear St. Augustine talk about his disintegrated heart, right? We have this sense that in his confessions, he describes the process of the integration of his heart, which is a turning to God, of course, and everything, but coming together as a whole person. I love Teresa of Avila. I've always been a big fan of her in particular, and her image of the interior castle with all the mansions, and the sense in which she's describing the soul, right? And that when you enter into the mansions, so in other words, when you go deeper, when you go into the inner world, in that inner space, the outer mansions are colder, there's reptiles and things, it's like a darker place, but as you keep moving inward, it's warmer, there's more light, and so on. She's talking about a process of self-knowledge, which corresponds with the process of growing humility. And what do you find in the center of her? I don't want to give a spoiler alert here. I mean, it's been over, 500 years? But in the center of the soul, in her interior castle, is the bridal chamber. And the center is the union with Christ. So that corresponds perfectly with what I was discovering anyway with the self, the inmost self, is when we're accessing that, we're accessing this deeper inward place where Christ dwells. Now, another thing that's interesting is to jump around, the history of the world and various saints. Thomas Aquinas. And I have an interesting relationship with Thomas. I took a Greek and medieval philosophy class back in my undergrad, and I was too young to appreciate almost any of it. But I remember reading Plato and Aristotle, and I just thought Plato was the bomb, and Aristotle was kind of tedious, and got to Augustine, and I loved Augustine, and ate up Augustine, got to Aquinas, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is torture. So it's tedious and painful. But in any case, I rediscovered Augustine a few years ago. Not Augustine, Aquinas. And I'm not going to say I'm a full-blown Thomist or anything, but I did discover something really fascinating, and I want to read this to you. This is Aquinas speaking out of the Summa Theologica. He says, "We must hold that, properly speaking, a man is not a friend to himself, but something more than a friend, since friendship implies union." And then he goes on and says, "For Dionysius says that love is a unitive force, whereas a man is one with himself, which is more than being united to another. Hence, just as unity is the principle of union, so the love with which a man loves himself is the form and root of friendship. For if we have friendship with others, it is because we do unto them as we do unto ourselves." And then he quotes the Ethic. "The origin of friendly relations with others lies in our relations to ourselves." So I love that quote, and I love it for lots of reasons. And one is, you can't be a friend to yourself if you are a monolith within. Like, it's sort of impossible. How do you love yourself? How do you have union with yourself, in a sense, if you're a monolith? And so it supports, in my mind, this idea of parts, because when we are friends with our parts, we experience a kind of union within, and a kind of inner harmony within. So this concept of self-friendship is amazing. And I think Aquinas is picking up here from Christ when he says, what's the greatest commandment? Is to love God, right? But what is the second? It is to love your neighbor as yourself. And I think the sad reality is that most people loathe themselves. Maybe intellectually, if you ask them, they wouldn't say that straight out. But when you go deeper, most people have tremendous self-hatred. That's been my experience as a therapist, quite honestly. And how on earth can you truly love others if you hate yourself? Because who you are yourself is a gift, a creation of God. You are a beautiful creation of God. And he made you, as a human soul, obviously wonderful, but he also made a unique beauty within. And that's all of our parts. That's all of our innermost self, right? Our core spiritual center, yes. And all of our interesting complexities within, all the aspects of ourself. It's all beautiful. And so when it's harmonized, then you get a beautiful team that can work together. You do get a noble Thor who fights the villains, and you do have the Hulk, but he's not raging, maybe he's directed or something. You do get a Captain America, you do get an Iron Man, and they're working together in their strength, in their beauty, in the way that ultimately God sees them. And I think this happens in the Gospels. Like, we see all these characters go from, wherever they were as a problem, with issues of some kind, and we see them get transformed. And we relate to all of them because there's a little bit of each one within us. So there is I would imagine within you is an ambitious kind of Peter, an impulsive Peter, right? And that Peter obviously becomes the leader of the apostles. You have James and John, the sons of thunder, these zealots who are ready to fight everything. But who do they become? I mean, James becomes a leader. John he's a beloved apostle. There's a transformation. Even there's an inner Pharisee within us. There's an inner Pharisee, an inner rules-oriented part, right? And there's maybe a little bit rigid sometimes. Well, Paul is said to be a Pharisee. And he became the greatest apostle, right? He still had his zeal. He still had his passion. It's not that these parts are obliterated or destroyed or something. They're transformed into who they're meant to be. And so we have all of these things that our inner tax collector becomes an evangelist. Our inner, Sadducee becomes Joseph of Arimathea, however you like it. The inner leper is healed. Our inner prodigal son is received. So this all comes together. And I could keep talking about it. Oh, and I didn't even get to St. Maximus. Okay. I don't know, how many of you have heard of St. Maximus the Confessor. He needs to be a movie. He really needs to be a movie. I want to write that. If I have all the time in the world, I would try to write the play version to make it to the big screen and have, I don't know, Mel Gibson direct it or something. But because this is a man who lived in the 7th century. This is a man who was raised in Constantinople, who could have become a high-level cleric probably, or he could have become a scholar or something. He chose to become a monk. He was literally chased from monastery to monastery, crossed from Palestine into North Africa by Islamic hordes and things. And then he makes it to Rome. He's asked by the Pope to help him against the monothelite heresy, which is a heresy around the wills of Christ. The heresy said Christ only has one will. And he argued, he was sort of pulled out of what he was doing and argued for the doctrine of the two wills of Christ. But he was captured. The Pope was also kidnapped and captured and eventually died. And Maximus himself was, and by now he's in his 80s, was taken to Constantinople, had his tongue cut off and his hand cut off. And he was not willing to recant, and he eventually died of those wounds. That's why he's called the Confessor. But he's not a martyr because he kind of died after. If he had died right away, I guess he would have been a martyr. But what he said, and I don't know that we would have got his writings today if not for that amazing story. He might have been lost in obscurity. But when they collected and found his writings, he had this beautiful, oh my gosh, so many beautiful writings. But one of them that really jumped out at me was this idea that he described, that Christ, as being human and divine, unites the immaterial world, but unites divinity with the created world, with the material world. That he's that bridge. And through his humanity, we join in that. And that his purpose is to transfigure the whole world. Not just humans, yes, you humans, but the entire world is meant to be transfigured. So we had this cosmic view of the transfiguration of the world through Christ. But this is where it ges so exciting to me, because that's super cool. But he says that transformation that is happening in the whole world, this sort of the kingdom of God in the whole world, is happening also within each one of you. So that's where you have this macrocosm idea of the kingdom of God in the whole world, and then you have this microcosm that it's also happening within. And that is what blew me away with him, because that, to me, supported this interior worldview, right? That we're an interior kingdom. And we read that in the Gospels. Yes, the kingdom is coming and the kingdom is here. The kingdom is within. St. Augustine talks about the city of God, Teresa's interior castle. All of a sudden, I'm getting all these glimpses of, our interior world. These are all metaphors, and it's imaginative, but it's speaking symbolically to this reality within that is so powerful. So, I'm going to pause there because I'm watching my time, and I wanted to give some time for questions. And there's so much more I could say, but I hope I didn't say too much or too little. But I'm open to any questions that you might have about any of this on any angle. I don't know how we want to do this. Can you talk louder, or should I just pass you the mic? All right.
So I heard you on the podcast, it was either with Matt Frad or Dr. Pataro, and you covered it, but...
Do you want to
You covered it, but talking about the parts work. What's the difference between parts work and, say, someone with multiple personality disorder? Someone, you know what I'm saying? There's, okay.
Let's do it. All right, yeah, great question. So multiple personality disorder, which is typically DID, is how it's referred to now. It's a dissociative disorder. So the idea that we have parts, I think, is just basic to who we are as human beings. And I will mention, for any Thomists out there, parts do not have an ontological existence of their own. Perhaps you could describe them as an accidental form, and that we relate to them in a phenomenological kind of way, so they're not separate beings. But, all right, and so it's kind of who we are. If a person has DID, then they're on a spectrum of disorder where they have parts that are operating separately from the self system, usually with amnesia associated with it. And these parts have taken on extreme roles typically as a protective means, because our parts in general are often protective. They're operating out of a need to protect us. Sometimes it's a maladaptive protection, but nevertheless. And so if we have, usually caused by usually severe childhood trauma, but it's where a part, in a sense, takes over to such an extent that the other parts possibly don't know what's happening. And so if a person is experiencing blackouts, or if a person has memory loss or whatnot, and then they're acting out of a part completely, without with a complete division. So okay, I'll back up just a little bit. When you think about dissociation, sometimes we just think of it negatively, or if you think about it at all. And so when you experience a trauma, one way to cope with the trauma is to dissociate, which is protective, right? If something terrible is happening, if it's a rape or a physical violence or something, we have a natural ability to dissociate and disconnect, in a sense, from the experience. So, and that's just amazing that our body will do that to help us in a terrible situation. And so, but what can happen, but there's all kinds of dissociation. So if I'm scrolling on my phone for like 2 hours, I'm dissociated, right? I'm not connected in with reality, and I might go, oh, 2 hours? I was 2 hours doing that? I thought I just searched one thing, right? So you're disconnected. If you're driving home and you don't remember driving because it's just automatic, you're somewhat dissociating. So dissociating is on a continuum itself. And so if a person is like, I don't know, looking at pornography, they're dissociating. There's not to the extent that they don't know what they're doing, right? They're aware of it, but they're disconnected from the experience. Even in clinical hypnosis, like if someone's in a so-called trance, they're just in a focused state of attention. It's not typically where they would not have any memory of the experience. Depends what they're doing with the hypnosis exactly, but typically in mild trances, you're fully aware of what's happening, but there's a focused attention that is focused. So in DID, there's no awareness of what's happening, and a part is sort of like, if you will, taking over and running things. And it's on the extreme end of the continuum. Does that answer that? Okay. Can you save it for the panel? That'd be great. I'm not taking on Dr. Vitz right now. Oh, you got a mic. Okay, great.
So my question is, as you explain this unburdening process, I've witnessed this in mentees that I'm working with, where through a body part that has spoken to them, we've been able to reach an exile or from a trauma. But the ability for this particular woman to recognize that internal dwelling of the Holy Spirit in communion with God is so damaged because of the trauma, because it was with a father figure, and so therefore her relationship with God is projecting that onto her. So my question is, I can't really access that for her and use that God image to help with that healing. And I so want to, but I'm afraid that if I do, it would push her further from him. And so is that a process that just happens as you work with these parts individually and you find them and you unburden them, and all of a sudden there's this, oh wow, there I am in communion with God? Or is it something that you as a therapist actively work on that relationship? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, what a great question. And there's probably 20 answers to that question, to be honest, and a lot of that depends on the person too. But I would just say just a few words then. I get excited, strangely enough, working with people's parts that do have distorted God images. And I describe this in one of the chapters in the book, the whole God image, God concept thing. We may intellectually have the concept of God with all the right words, and we've learned from Bible study or whatever, or the catechism, but deep down in our hearts, we don't believe that. And so deep down in our hearts, we may be believing, God, if he knew me, he would destroy me. I'm not worthy of love, this kind of thing. And our God's just simply angry with me. I'm the exception, blah, blah, blah. And so I do think working with the parts that are holding on to those images, because those are burdens right there, like all that I just listed. So a lot of work with that. I personally don't do things like, oh, let's invite Jesus into this moment. I typically don't do that. I wouldn't, for various reasons. But I might say at some point, would it be okay to invite God into this moment in any way that feels safe to you? But I wouldn't do that right away. It would take a long time before I get there. But I might introduce this idea. But before doing that, I would be seeking, in what way can this person connect to God? And there could be lots of different ways, because even the idea of Father, like that's the way God revealed himself as Father, because it's just so powerful. But technically, he's not male or female. He's pure being. He's God, right? He's beyond every description that we could possibly even come up with. And so he will make available to this client or whoever the way that they might best see him. And we even see, like in, where is it? Is it in Isaiah? God is described as a mother hen with her chicks. So you can possibly at best say, I don't know, to hand it to the client so much, but I like to try to draw it out, some image that would feel safe to them. And it could be anything at that point, because maybe it's a mother, it's okay. And then of course, sometimes God provides for us, right? So entire cloud of witnesses, and so there might be a saint the person feels safer with. Maybe they feel safer with St. Maria Goretti than they would with a fiery St. Athanasius, or this kind of thing. So does that? I could talk more, but okay. All right. Any other questions? Yes. She's coming.
Hold it from the middle.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the wonderful talk and the exercise. Very helpful. In the examples from the Marvel, is it?
Yes, Marvel.
Okay. I've seen a couple of them. I haven't. Okay. Anyway, when they all come together,
yes,
right, and they're harmonized and they're able to do amazing things, and each superhero represents a part in us. Where is the self, though, in that combination?
I reflected on that, and I actually wondered. And I'm not going to go so far as to say that Marvel comics or anything are theologically correct, right? Because really they're not at all. But I did, and so I'll nerd out for a second. I would say that S.H.I.E.L.D. as the organization or the government in that sense, is meant to be that inner self, because they're the ones that in this case, bring them together. And they're the ones that have that are, trying to protect the planet and so on. So my answer to that is it's SHIELD. The problem with that is they're infiltrated by Hydra. So, which I don't believe our inmost self is infiltrated by, this is a tricky question, by Hydra. Now, it's interesting because Hydra is like to what extent this gets us into a tricky question, it's an interesting one about our fallen nature, right? and I've had arguments about this. I believe that as human beings, we all need redemption, right? And it's the whole person that needs redemption, including our heart, right? And so, but I tend to see the inmost self as darkened as opposed to fully just bad. I think once you say the inmost self is bad, then we're into Calvinism, in my view. I think we're saying, but it's darkened, it's inaccessible, but that light's not extinguished, is how I would see it. I thought about the X-Men in that very question, and I wondered, is Professor X the inmost self in the X-Men? And he's also mind powers, Anyway, I won't keep going. Maybe it's another conference. Yes.
I think I've got a fundamental misunderstanding that I'd like you to clear up. Now, it seems as though blended parts is not a good thing, but we're trying to integrate parts. So can you kind of explain the difference between blended and integrated?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Okay. I'll use Dr. Peter's analogy. Dick Schwartz talks about their inner world as like an orchestra. And he would say the self is like the conductor, and all the different instruments are parts. I think Dr. Peter Malinowski calls it a jazz band. And I kind of like it, because the difference with a jazz band and your typical orchestra is that each of the parts are able to kind of do a riff, right? It's not just so perfectly, there's a lot more individuality, I think, in a jazz band. So I would liken it that way, so that if it's just the tuba playing, right, and there's no conductor, right, then all the other instruments are being overwhelmed. And that's blendedness, right? And so, or if all the wind instruments are not in the room. Now we've got it, they're exiled, right? So they're not the opposite of blended, they're inaccessible. So you could have either way. And so integration is when all of the different instruments here are all in harmony and complementing each other. And the beauty of each instrument is you could discern, but then together it's like this beautiful composition.
Could you also say that, in using the orchestra analogy, that when the performers are warming up, that's blended, but when they're the conductor is on the platform, now they're integrated.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I'd almost see if they're practicing. Now the conductor's not always with each one as they're practicing, but there's you're working with them. You're kind of getting them ready, whatever they might need, kind of thing. I like that. I like that a lot.
Cool.
Yeah.
Blending when yourself is blended to one of your parts rather than your parts being blended to each other.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, she was asking whether it's the self that's blended with the parts, or the parts blending with the self. I don't see it as this, and I could be corrected at some point, it's all a little speculative, but I don't see the self actively, okay, when the self blends, it's doing it on purpose, and that can be a good thing, and in fact it happens all the time in a positive way. So in other words, that's what we would call self-leadership in IFS, and it means that the self is working through a part for some reason. So it would be like the conductor saying, all right, sax, it's your turn. I want you to do something different today, and you're going to spend, whatever. So, and in that way, like, okay, in IFS terms, they describe parts in certain categories. So we have like manager parts and firefighter parts. You may know all this. So when there's a manager part, can be a very useful, helpful part, right? So if I have a therapist part, and if I'm in self, then the self is, in a sense, blending with that manager part for me to be the best therapist I can be in that moment. So that's a self-led, that's a purposeful blending, if you will. And the opposite of that is the other thing, where the parts, because they don't sense the self, they blend out of insecurity. Does that?
Yes, but.
Oh, and I think I think we're out of time, but I'm happy to talk after on that. Okay, so thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you later. Take care.
Thank you so much. That was so wonderful. This idea always opens up 100 more questions. So luckily we have Dr. Crete with us all day. Definitely check him out later, and it's a lot to unpack. Where's Jen? Where are you sitting? Over here. Okay, great. I'm gonna ask Jen to come up here, and one of the most beautiful experiences leading students through, and we have a number of our training directors, we call our teachers here, and we all get to experience this, is the transformation that happens within the student. And it's this interior integration that Dr. Crete's talking about here that we witness, and the transformation that happens, it's a kind of discernment. And specifically for our program, people come in thinking they're here for one reason, and they almost inevitably all end up by fourth quarter realizing they're going to do something that they never imagined. And this beautiful sort of becoming and unfolding of each person's journey is profound. So I would like to welcome Jen Coffey-Shevchuk up here to talk about her capstone project. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to present my capstone project today, Integration Pilgrimages. My journey to this moment, as for each of us who have completed the CPMAP certification, has been deeply personal. Not only is it the culmination of the past 18 months of intense studies, but more importantly, it represents the convergence of a lifetime journey of faith, healing, and ongoing transformation. It is perhaps most of all the experience of unburdening and unblending my own parts through the accompaniment I received that has allowed the dream and mission of Integration Pilgrimages to emerge. This process has, in fact, integrated the various pieces of my own story into a renewed mission. And so, before anything else, I owe immense gratitude to those who have guided and supported me along my path, some from many years ago and some more recently. I experienced this project as born out of an overflow of appreciation towards those who have mentored and accompanied me along my own personal pilgrimage, namely my parents, Dave and Marie Coffey, Sister Barbara Brennan of the Anawim community, Archbishop Francisco Vitti, Dr. Greg and Dr. Gerard, and especially my husband Petro and our children, whose unwavering support has been invaluable from the beginning. I cannot speak about the vision and mission of Integration Pilgrimages without looking back on my own personal history, which begins in a small town in Western New York, where I was born into a family rich in love and commitment, but also burdened with generational trauma. Despite the many challenges caused by that trauma, my parents decisively chose a life of faith, which opened me to pathways of inner healing and a deeper embrace of my identity in Christ. In this context, a particularly pivotal moment came when I was a young teenager, during a pilgrimage to a Marian apparition site. This wasn't just an exciting overseas trip. It involved a deep and prayerful preparation, that facilitated an openness to a profound encounter with Christ and his mother. It also involved follow-up and accompaniment after our return home as I re-entered daily life. All of this together created the context of a spiritual experience which has forever altered the trajectory of my life and sparked a conversion that has since led me on a path of ongoing integration. I can personally testify to the life-transforming power of a pilgrimage. As others around me began to remark that I even looked different, that I was glowing, I realized that something powerful had changed in me that even I didn't fully understand. My journey since then, particularly through the challenges I've personally faced, whether in family difficulties, existential and vocational questions, or other trials, has deepened my awareness and empathy for the sufferings and brokenness of others who are making their own way in the world, and has underscored the need for skilled, knowledgeable, psychological, and spiritual accompaniment, rooted in an accurate understanding of the human person. The CPMAP has provided exactly that, and has equipped all of us who have completed this program to address the mental health crisis in the church and in the world through applying this integrated approach in a wide array of contexts. For me, this mission field takes shape in the arena of travel, specifically pilgrimages. The very act of stepping out on a pilgrimage represents a significant leap of faith in the life of a person and a deliberate departure from the familiar. It doesn't have to involve a plane ride across an ocean. Moving intentionally from your couch to your prayer corner or from your home to your parish can also be seen as a step away from one reality towards another, and implies an intrinsic search and an openness to something beyond. This dynamic of movement creates a particular moment in an individual's life, an inherent vulnerability. And in this place, there is the possibility for a life-changing encounter with Christ. We think of Saul on the road to Damascus or the disciples on the way to Emmaus. It seems to be a consistent principle that when we step away from our comfort zone, there is a grace made available to look at areas of our life that we may have been asleep to until that moment. So this moment, then, is our mission field. This is the place that we who have been given the knowledge of integration and the skills of accompaniment can step into and meet pilgriming souls, capitalizing on this special time of grace. However, in my experience with pilgrimages, I've observed that many can tend towards a kind of religious tourism, often lacking intentional preparation, skilled accompaniment, and thorough follow-up necessary. This frequently leaves the fulfillment of deep spiritual yearnings to chance, much like the seed in the parable of the sower that falls on unprepared soil. On the other hand, it is also possible for these trips to become over-spiritualized, where the human needs and psychological aspects of the participants are not skillfully addressed. This can result in a scenario where spiritual experiences are overly emphasized at the expense of the pilgrim's holistic well-being. So we can see that without intentional planning and focus, coupled with personal accompaniment and an integrated understanding of the human person, the truly transformative power of a pilgrimage can remain largely untapped. By recognizing and addressing these gaps, Integration Pilgrimages aims to reimagine the traditional pilgrimage beyond just a visit to a sacred site. This innovative approach, born from insights gained through my CPMAP studies, seeks to offer transformative journeys that deeply and intentionally engage with the spiritual and personal questions of the human soul. The itineraries are mindfully structured to support participants in exploring these profound questions in the context of inspiring and sacred places. On the practical level, it is important to mention the providential experience I've gained in the past 15 years of being behind the scenes in our family-owned tour company, Can't Be Missed Tours. Developed while my husband and I were living in Rome, this operation has provided us with invaluable insights and a deeper understanding of the places we now explore through our pilgrimages. This experience has been crucial in shaping my understanding of travel practicalities and how they affect the individual person. And this background has equipped us with some key logistical insights and strong local connections, which provide a solid foundation to ensure that integration pilgrimages can operate smoothly and effectively, paving the way for seamless management, so the focus can then be on serving the interior needs of the person. Since at the heart of our program is the goal to transform the traditional pilgrimage experience, each integration pilgrimage is to be meticulously planned to meet these needs. Certainly, every good Catholic pilgrimage should include a mindfully crafted itinerary with the sacraments at the heart. The travel itinerary should be thoughtfully designed to be sensitive to the human needs of participants, taking into account both the physical and emotional demands of traveling to a foreign place. For us, this involves not just selecting destinations that are spiritually significant, but also pacing the experiences so they are conducive to reflection and personal growth. Most essentially, each day of our pilgrimage is anchored in daily Mass and offers opportunities for confession, recognizing that it is this foundation that ultimately provides the spiritual nourishment and grace essential for the personal transformation we seek. While any well-designed pilgrimage can offer an opportunity for meaningful experiences, I'd like to highlight the distinctive components that set this initiative apart. Firstly, intentional preparation. Every integration pilgrimage begins with a preparatory phase well before leaving home, which involves a mini-module course of spiritual, psychological, and physical readiness. This preparation is designed to open hearts and minds before the journey even begins. So imagine arriving in Poland, where you are already somewhat familiar with the personalism of John Paul II, and you've grounded yourself well during the flight over with techniques you've learned in advance. You land and are focused, feel a comfortable sense of connection to the group you're in, and are much more prepared to begin this on-the-ground experience of a lifetime. Secondly, personal individual accompaniment through the CatholicPsych Institute. Perhaps the most unique aspect of the integrated pilgrimage is the opportunity for individual accompaniment with certified mentors through the CatholicPsych Institute. This allows participants to receive personal guidance and support, not only during the pilgrimage, but before and afterwards, helping them to integrate their experiences and the graces received more fully into their daily lives. Those of us who have experienced this kind of accompaniment and those of us who are providing it know the absolute impact that daily dialogic mentorship can have, and even more so in conjunction with a rich spiritual journey. A 3-part lecture series focused on a unique theme. At each pilgrimage site, participants have the opportunity to engage in a 3-part lecture series that explores spirituality, psychology, and philosophy. Sound familiar? These talks echo the structure of the CPMAP program and are carefully tailored to reflect the historical and spiritual significance of each location, as well as the themes pertinent to an integrated life. For example, when visiting Italy, we will explore the roots of faith and the call to renewal. On the psychological level, we will look at the concepts of our core identity and explore the self from an IFS perspective. From the philosophical, anthropological angle, we will dive into the importance of fatherhood as a place of origin. With spirituality, we will examine the call to spiritual renewal. Imagine you are in Assisi, this beautiful medieval town surrounded by hills and sunflowers, with an exquisite sense of peace and safety permeating the air around you. In that very space, we will reflect on what it means to be called to renew the church from within a place of safety, and further, to identify ourselves as that first living stone called to be renewed. Group processing and sharing. Beyond individual reflection, our pilgrimages will incorporate guided group processing, a core component of the experience. This allows participants space to form relationships with others who are also intentionally pursuing this path of integration. The deliberate communal dimension of our program not only deepens the overall impact of the experience, but acts as a springboard for establishing a network among participants, which proves vital for when they return home. And finally, follow-up and post-pilgrimage support. A final and crucial aspect of our service is the ongoing support provided afterwards. We understand that an impactful spiritual journey doesn't end with the return flight home. It is part of our mission to offer follow-up and support to those who have journeyed with us, ensuring that the insights and transformations experienced during the pilgrimage are effectively integrated into their lives. This support may include continued accompaniment with CPI mentors, follow-up meetings, either in person or remotely, networking opportunities with pilgrimage alumni, and access to additional resources for ongoing spiritual growth. These efforts hope to ensure that the pilgrimage is not just a short-lived vacation, but truly a life-changing event, full of graces that are diligently cultivated and protected. Each of these components plays a crucial role in securing that Integration Pilgrimages is more than a business project. It is a mission that aims to offer a journey that can pave the way towards personal encounter and conversion that ultimately leads to integration and transformation. We wish to invite each participant who comes with us to not only see new sights, but to become new themselves. Finally, Integration Pilgrimages represents the continuation of a deep-seated missionary calling born out of the grace of that very first pilgrimage that set my heart on fire many years ago, and which has now become enriched by the insights, principles, and skills learned through the CPMAP program. This initiative comes from the realization that God is uniquely and powerfully present in every place and every person, and is calling each of us to a deeper encounter with him that leads to a full, integrated, and transformed life. Through these pilgrimages, we will be honored to walk skillfully alongside others on their own interior journey toward our mutual home, the house of the Father. So I thank you for your time and welcome here, and I would love to meet with you at our table later and discuss more of the potential ways we can collaborate on this project. And finally, I'd love to close with the prayer that he who began this good work in each of us may see it through to completion. Amen.
Thank you so much, Jen and Petro. Thank you, guys. Well, we're going to have about a 10-minute break right now. I know some people walked in a little bit late after registration was stopped. So if you walked in and you don't have a name tag and register, go back to the back table there. Otherwise, get some coffee, use the bathroom, come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's wrap it up and get back to seats, please. Lots of fun chatting, lots of great people to talk to. We will have more time for that in a little bit. All right, let's make our way back to the seats. All right, we're getting ready to introduce our next keynote here. Please have a seat. Not enough movement happening in the back. We'll have books there later, all day available for you. I want to see more movement running at this point, running back to your seats. This is not coffee hour after Mass right now, folks. It did get quiet, which is great, but I want to see butts and seats. We have 7 kids. I'm really good at this. I'll go all day with this. I'm really so honored and blessed to be able to introduce our next speaker, one of my personal mentors and professors. Dr. Paul Vitz was born in Ohio. He graduated from the University of Michigan in 1957 and earned a PhD from Stanford in 1962. He was hired in the fall of '65 in the psychology department at New York University and received tenure there in 1972. But his career changed dramatically in the mid-'70s with his conversion from atheism to Catholicism. Surprise to NYU, I'm sure. His first book, Psychology as Religion, The Cult of Self-Worship, critiqued humanistic psychology for its radical individualism, neglect of interpersonal relationships, and its assumption that self-actualization was the meaning of life for everyone. I mentioned this work recently in my podcast, Being Human, in reference to a new book that's making all the rounds called Bad Therapy by Abigail Shrier. Dr. Vitz has been pulling back the curtain for 50 years on the evils in secular psychology ungrounded from truth, long before this latest expose. During the 80s, he wrote articles on Christian approaches to the work of Sigmund Freud, resulting in his book, Freud's Christian Unconscious. This book provides much historical and biographical evidence for Freud's deep and lifelong involvement with and ambivalence toward Christianity, especially Catholicism. Maybe, in my reflection, even explains much deeper discord within the field that Freud helped give birth to and the religion he was so unconsciously in need of himself. His work then turned in the 90s towards the psychological importance of fathers, which culminated in the book, Faith of the Fatherless, The Psychology of Atheism. He retired from NYU in 2003 to continue as senior scholar and professor at the Institute for the Psychological Sciences, Divine Mercy University, where he also recently retired from. He is now enjoying retirement with his wife, Timmy, who's professor emerita of French and Medieval Studies at New York University, working on an opera in his free time now and further writings when he's not speaking at prestigious summits. Most recently, he was co-editor to A Catholic Christian Meta-Model of the Person, the magnum opus of the Divine Mercy University. and also editor of The Complementarity of Women and Men, which we have for sale at the back table. I'd also encourage you to grab Dr. Vitz for a signature later. Dr. Vitz and his wife have 6 children and now 24 grandchildren, 2 weeks ago, right? Congratulations. Their family life is even more prolific and impactful than their academic careers. I recently interviewed their granddaughter, Lily, on my podcast, who's now a sophomore at Notre Dame, a remarkably bright, mature young woman. And my kids are in the same homeschooling co-op with some of their younger grandkids. There's a young teenager, Luke McGibbon, who's the stuff of legend for my 9 and 10-year-old. He crushed all 18 levels of 3 yearly rounds of Memory Masters, sweeping gold across all categories for 3 years. A trifecta yet to be repeated. I also want to remember the Vitz's son, Father Daniel Vitz, who was ordained but then passed away in 2019 from a brain tumor. He was a beloved, faithful priest of the Institute of the Incarnate Word. I can honestly say from personal experience that knowing Paul is a singular blessing in my life. Psychology is rife with so many stories of theorists and practitioners who never implement their expertise in their personal lives, the very definition of disintegration. Dr. Vitz is the opposite. His expertise, his profound professional mark on this field as a thought leader and trailblazer are the natural outpouring of that which he has primarily engendered in his own life. The fruits of his faithfulness keep multiplying in his children, his grandchildren, and students, and now we get to benefit from those fruits here as well. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul Vitz.
Thank you, Dr. Botaro, and thank you all for being here. It's a real pleasure. What I'm going to say this morning will be, shall we say, much less deeply psychological and much more descriptive of what's going on in the field today. In essence, the title of my talk is The Last 70 Years in Psychology, My Personal Reflections. Why not? I'm retiring. Yeah, that's the wrong one here. And certainly retirement is a time to reflect. I actually began my work in psychology as an undergraduate in 1954. And you heard the subsequent sequences. So I've been in psychology now for roughly 71 years. And so what I want to do is to reflect on how the field has changed. First of all, I have been moderately well known in Catholic circles for my critiques of psychology. But I want to say that my comments today will be more positive. I'm definitely going to be a corrective to some of the early Vitz publications. I began with a critique of psychology, which was mentioned, the cult of self-worship. It was really a critique of the beginning of the culture of narcissism and of the narcissistic involvement that we have in our society even today. And I criticized, well, let me explain this. Before humanistic psychology came out,
Just hold it up here. Do you want me to put it right here?
that's better. Can you hear me? When I began psychology, it consisted of 2 kinds of psychology. Either behaviorism, where you studied the behavior of white rats and pigeons and their schedules of reinforcement, or you were a psychoanalyst in the relatively straight Freudian sense. That's what psychology was when I began as a major. An important change occurred in the 1960s when I was in graduate school at Stanford, and that was the introduction of what was called humanistic psychology. And that was brought in by Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow. Now, this was an important contribution, and compared to the impoverishment of the previous two schools as defining what psychology is. In other words, imagine trying to deal with psychotherapy if all you had was the behavior of rats to talk about, and maybe some of the extreme forms of Sigmund Freud. But I criticized humanistic psychology because it was overly emphasizing the self, that is, the narcissistic self of the secular world, which was also seen as autonomous. That is, the self was understood as an independent entity without any reference to other people. So I criticized it for that. And I became known for that and continuing some of those critiques. But psychology began changing. And this was secular psychology. And new kinds of psychology began to be added to the understanding of just humanistic. Along the way came interpersonal psychology. We're now into the 70s and the 80s. Another one that came in was family therapy, which again brings in all of the interpersonal significance of people's lives and how we're related to our spouse and to our children in terms of our personal character, and not just some sort of autonomous individual who just after adolescence was independent of others. In addition to interpersonal psychology, shortly thereafter came emotion-focused therapy. And then shortly after that came cognitive and behavioral therapy. Cognitive and behavioral therapy introduced reason and thought and thinking and the notion of bad thinking as a source of mental problems. Albert Ellis, one of the major theorists, was a militant and relatively obnoxious atheist. But in fact, he was completely surprised by what happened in terms of the support he got from many Christians. He had all kinds of Baptist ministers taking his courses, shutting their ears down when they heard a nasty remark about the faith or Christianity, because at least he was bringing back reason and thoughtful understanding of things, bringing back problems that could be caused by our overgeneralization or problems caused by catastrophizing or all or nothing thinking when it was inappropriate. So psychology is now brought back in, which was not present in my first critiques. It's brought in reason and thought. It's brought in interpersonal relationships, including the family as an environment. And it's brought in an emotion-focused therapy. And this is all now in the 70s and 80s. In the 90s, another kind of psychology came in, believe it or not. Forgiveness therapy was introduced in the 1990s by Robert Enright and Everett Worthington. Enright was a Catholic, Worthington was a Protestant, so they were both very Christian in their understanding of forgiveness and in their presenting it, but I couldn't believe that they had put it into psychology, which is where it belongs. It's one of the most helpful, positive responses to our traumas is to forgive. And forgiveness is not itself exclusively Christian. Jesus asked us to forgive. Nobody asked him, what is it? They all knew. Every culture has some form of forgiveness, but Christianity, of course, has emphasized it. But by bringing forgiveness into psychotherapy, they were enriching the nature of the person and of what psychology could do. And much to my surprise, the book on psychotherapy and forgiveness by Enright was published by the APA. What a change. Now, part of that change had been brought about by another kind of psychology which emerged in the 80s and 90s. It was called spirituality. Now, it's very interesting to think about how spirituality was treated before this. Freud had a term for spirituality. He called it the oceanic experience. Well, since most of us live above the mysterious ocean, and we live above sea level, it was a kind of statement that the oceanic experience was murky, mysterious, and lower level. When it finally got its legs in psychology, Abraham Maslow, although in no sense a believer, he called it the peak experience. What a difference two words make. At least he said it was something positive and high up, and at the end of an assault on it, and at the end of searching for it. So peak experience and New Age spirituality had been taking hold in the field of psychology, the secular field, during the 80s and 90s as well. And so that probably set the APA up for, in fact, sponsoring a book on forgiveness by two Catholic psychologists, Enright and Fitzgibbons. So by this time, we're up to the year 2000 now, psychology has improved greatly, and we owe our praise and a thankful comment or two of our admiration for those who brought it to that state, many of whom were secular psychologists. And so we should be more optimistic that what was going on was at least an intelligent search for the truth about the person and discovering that a person is interpersonal, discovering that the person is emotional, discovering that the person is rational, discovering that the person needs spiritual something and needs forgiveness. And they found that and added to it. Most of the headlines on psychology are negative because of something that's controversial. And most of those positive things that I mentioned got very little publicity. So there we are. Psychology has gotten itself in a much better shape by the year 2000. And then comes a new kind of psychology. And this is called positive psychology. Most of you probably know what that is. It was the psychology of the virtues. Believe it or not, I love telling this to my Dominican friends, psychology has discovered the virtues. And I got a little stony look from some of those Dominicans saying, well, it only took you 2,500 years. And then I would give them a stony look back, and I'd say, that's true, but you haven't done anything with it for 2,500 years. You're still not sure if it's learned or not, or capable of being learned, and you haven't done anything with it. You've just told us to be this way, but not how to do it. And this is very important, for the virtues were the beginning of something else in psychology. And as I said, it was called positive psychology. And what was called negative psychology, but not in a pejorative sense, was the psychology of our pathologies. So Freudian psychology is negative psychology. It's what's wrong with us. If people talk about a person as suffering from an attachment disorder, or from some trauma like post-traumatic stress disorder or something of that kind. They're talking about our pathologies, and this is what was called negative psychology, that is the negative impacts of things on our psychology. And this is what psychology had focused on for the first 100 years, how to deal with people's pathologies. And let me explain. When you're dealing with pathologies, you're dealing with psychology from a deterministic point of view. Most of our pathologies are caused deterministically. We're young, we can't deal with abuse, physical, emotional, sexual. We can't deal with attachment that's failing us or what have you. And so as young children, we incorporate responses to that, emotional and otherwise, and defense mechanisms. We create responses to those tragedies in a deterministic way. And so you could see studying psychology's pathologies as something scientific. We're looking at what determines what's wrong with us. But as soon as you turn to positive psychology, you're turning to not our pathologies, you're turning to our virtues, you're turning to our goals in life, you're turning to our fulfillment. And what that means is by turning into positive psychologists, we have moved from determinism to teleology. And this is a big change. We're moving from outside of that old-fashioned, rats and schedules of reinforcement and everything determined by sex drives or whatever. We're moving to an understanding that is now based upon what we choose. We're turning to fulfillment. We're leaving determinism behind. And so as clinical psychologists, you can accept determinism as a way of understanding the causes of your clients' pathologies. But you're in the business of turning them from deterministic causes to teleological goals. And that's what positive psychology has done, and it was done by a secular psychologist, not by a Christian. Martin Seligman at University of Pennsylvania, a former APA president. So what I'm trying to say is psychology has come a long way since my critiques. And in each of these ways, somehow or other, it's been a positive contribution on average. Now, what's happened since 2000? I'm beginning to remember now that that isn't just yesterday. Well, various things besides positive psychology, which, as I've said, is the movement to teleology and fulfillment. It's a movement to, in a sense, what our clients should be doing after they're through psychotherapy. And that is fulfillment, which is what the positive psychologists call it. Now, Freud said that he could only provide, that psychoanalysis could only provide an analysis. So Freudian psychology, he was right, it could only analyze our problems. He said he couldn't provide the synthesis. That would mean you'd become a communist or a Christian or something like that. He said the best psychoanalysis can do is to return the patient to the normal level of human misery. Well, we want to go beyond the normal level of human misery, and that means we need a synthesis. Now, some psychologists added a synthesis prior to the virtue therapists. Jung and Rogers, Jung added self-realization, Rogers self-actualization. So we have, and then more recently, I forgot to mention it in the 90s, and a little earlier perhaps, in the late 80s and 90s came something called narrative psychotherapy. I assume you're aware of narrative psychotherapy. The understanding is that the patient comes in to see you when the story of your life is broken down. And the therapy is to provide a new story for your life. And these narrative psychologists have a name for the story that is the answer to your life. It's not always called this, but they have many times and officially called it a redemptive story. Well, if there's a redemptive story in the world, it's certainly in the New Testament. So what I'm trying to say is that we can now have a psychology which would allow a Christian redemption as part of it. Well, that's one of the things that happened in since 1920 and 2000. And that's the Catholic Christian meta-model of the person, which we published down in the year 2020 at Divine Mercy University. And it has what it says are explicitly 3 theological premises. One is, we are created in the image of God, male and female, and that all people are created in the image of God and are loved by God. Therefore, all people have worth, and it's official. Everybody has worth and significance because of their being made in the image of God, no matter how messed up they are. There's no secular theory which has a rationale for whether they should be able to see somebody or not, or whether somebody is worthwhile. Since most of the unusual cases today are coming on the political left, they're open to them. But if all the new unusual cases were Nazis or people coming from the political right, they might change their mind. But whether they're left or right, if you're a Christian therapist, they're all people who are children of God and all worthy of moral meaning and significance and all worthy of our help. That doesn't mean we agree with them about everything. We know that certain things that they may advocate are probably harmful. For example, I had a patient who advocated drinking a lot, and he was an alcoholic. And as he pointed out, he was born with it and ran in his family pretty heavily. Anyway, the three theological premises for the meta model are: we are created by God in the image of God. Second, we are fallen. And although secular psychologists don't want to talk about us as fallen, they're very happy that we are. It provides all their business. We have a natural tendency to hostility, rage, anger, envy, obsession, anxiety, depression, you name it, narcissism. We have all these natural tendencies that keep them busy. And there's no evidence that the growth of psychology as a field has actually diminished the proportion of these people in the population. Interesting question. So we are fallen. And second, we are redeemed by Jesus Christ. And that's our third theological premise. And if they say, well, we can't have religion in here, we say, well, you have it when you put in self-realization, redemptive therapies, self-actualization, and things like that as the answer to life. Even virtue fulfillment is a secular redemption. We may be more at ease with that as a form of redemption, but it's not true redemption. And even Seligman said that he would only deal with the psychology of the virtues, and that the rest of the problems raised by studying the virtues would be handled by philosophers and theologians. So that implies that philosophy and theology, which are both part of the meta model, are appropriate when you're talking about the nature of the person. Let me think what else about the meta model might. I want to bring in a few things about the meta model. It itself implies that directly that the vocation of a person is at the center of their life. And there are three vocations. There's the personal vocation, which is in fact the goal of seeking spiritual fulfillment, or at least finding yourself as a self-actualized. But it's the personal goal of your life. Your redemption is central now to our understanding of a person. And for Christians, of course, it's the spiritual life in Christ. In other words, when a Christian client is through, or Catholic client is through with the psychotherapy, you turn them over to their priest or sister as a spiritual advisor. And it saves them a lot of money, too. So we're now where we can now have theological premises in our model of a person. Now there were other yeah. Thanks. Never one. Always more than one. Thank you. And the existing psychotherapies the existing psychotherapies. Can you hear me? Are included in the other premises. We have a premise that says the person is holistic. Okay, that handles well with the existentialists. We have a premise that says the person is interpersonal. Okay, the interpersonal psychologists are given a premise. We have a premise that says the person is emotional. That gives them, in the emotional focused therapy, a premise. We have a premise that says the person is rational. And that gives cognitive and behavioral therapy a premise. We have a premise that the person has free will. And that gives the virtue, positive psychologists, a basic premise. So we have those premises in there. But in addition, we have the premise of a search for vocation. And we argue that the person has 3 vocations that everyone does. Personal vocation, which ends up in the spiritual development for a Christian or Catholic. An interpersonal vocation, which means either to the, for example, to the married life or to the consecrated life. Everybody has to choose, or maybe the single life we have also now as, in fact, a vocation. And then we also have your work as a vocation. What are you going to do with your life? You're going to be a teacher, truck driver, a professor, God willing. That's for your sins, you become a professor. So we now have a meta model of the person that allows theology explicitly to come in, not just as a form of psychotherapy such as in forgiveness. But I would like to mention one further thing about the positive psychologists, about an opening, a big opening that's still unclosed. Implicit in positive psychology, and they've made it, are a list of the virtues. And they've come up with the classic virtues and with sub-virtues. Okay? What the opportunity is this. It's a natural to think about the following. Could, with certain patients, a virtue be the intervention for their cure, for their health? Could you teach an anxious client how to be courageous? Could you teach a narcissistic client how to be altruistic? Think about others and give to others. Could you teach any of the virtues as appropriate for dealing with certain pathologies or certain vices? Of course, you'd have to work out what that would be. How would you teach the virtue? How would you teach courage to somebody who was afraid to go to school? How would you teach altruism to a narcissist without telling him that it was humility that was helpful? As soon as he heard he had to become humble, he'd reject you probably. Give it another name. Self-knowledge. Remember, it's not the oceanic experience, it's the peak experience. So it's very important how you give these names out. So think about the virtues as possible forms of intervention with certain kinds of clients. These interventions have not been tried, with a few exceptions. I think one that's been tried is gratitude. But imagine that being grateful could get rid of moderate degrees of depression. So instead of coming in there and being moderately depressed, they have to write down people they're grateful to and then talk to them. Perhaps all of these things will work out even better with something that's really new in psychology, and that's positive. And that's what's going on here. I call it, and this is my own personal name for it, what's the word we use besides? We don't call it methodology, do we? It is the methodology of the school here, really. What do they call it? Mentorship. That's it. So my personal name for this mentorship is, I call it the BAM membership, the Botaro Apt Mentorship. I mean, just to call it mentoring is too vague. A lot of mentorings out there. We have to call it the Botaro Apt Mentoring, or just call it the BAM approach.
I like it.
So finally, I would like to say that if you look over this 70 years of the psychology that has been going on in my career, which is now retired, it's been getting better on average over the years as it expands the definition of a person to be more and more truthful, more and more complete. And when we see things like this kind of a gathering, I'm optimistic. But I do want to put in one caveat. The big question that we haven't been able to resolve with secular psychology, and probably never will, but we have to find a way for each of us to live with each other, are problems about sexuality. And that's what most of the criticisms of modern psychology are about, that we come across. But we have to remember that the people who have sexual issues are still children of God, and we should be open to helping them. But that does not mean, as I said, if somebody is obsessive and comes from a family of obsessives, that you say we're going to make you even more obsessive, or we're going to celebrate your obsessiveness, or we're going to celebrate your addiction to drugs or alcohol. Likewise, for other things in the sexual realm, we would say, we love you, but we think there's a better way to live that would be more helpful for you. Now, how to be able to do both, that is, be open to these people because we realize they're sufferers, human beings suffering, and at the same time say that they're suffering from something that if they change in certain ways, it will be improved. Change in ways that they don't want to change, or that the culture is saying are not harmful. That's the big crisis that still remains with us in psychology as far as its relationship to the faith. And, well, the solution to that, how to figure it out, I leave up to you. But as I said, you're doing a pretty good job here. And I want to say one other thing that sort of suggests that it might be solvable. One of the things that's happening to the world of psychotherapy is, I mean, my model now is that you have people you call and you say, I have the following problem, or this person has the following problem, can you refer somebody to me? And you have a clinic or a source like Dr. Botaro or Dr. Violet, and they can give you the name of a therapist that will help. Well, the therapists are now coming from a very large array. And of course, many of those therapists are Christians. So you can handle the problem in some ways by just outsourcing the person to a Christian therapist. And by the way, this has been one of the major positive changes in psychology, which I forgot to mention. By the year 2000, there were probably 100,000 Christian therapists and counselors in this country alone. And when a huge proportion of your actual professional field is now Christian, good grief, How can you be anti-Christian? And how are you going to deal with their moral position? But even more so, besides the number of Christians in this country, modern psychology, through the referral system, every now and then refers somebody to therapy to a therapist who's not an American. Is that correct? Greg, have you ever recommended somebody from another country?
Yeah.
Well, look, this is only going to grow. So what if you want to work with therapists in Africa, work with therapists in Asia, work with therapists in India, work with therapists in South America and many other places? Much of the rest of the world does not agree with the sexual morality of the APA. And if they want to have anything like a world network, they're going to have a looser understanding of what it means to be APA approved. Or maybe there's going to become not an APA, but an IPA, an International Psychological Association, rather than just one country. But if so, this is going to have to deal with much more genuine diversity on the moral issues that we as Christians and as other people in many other religions would also support. So that's your problem, I think, the big one to deal with as far as getting, cooperation and so forth with one big segment here in this country. But otherwise, you're right there, you're the troops on the ground. And you're developing right now in a very innovative and imaginative way something that's potentially extraordinarily important. Because what you're doing here is not only important for the Catholic communities and the Christian communities you're dealing with here. It's not only important for dealing with this whole problem in America, but what's being dealt with here will have its potential contributions to all the other continents of the world. Because this is where it's begun. You're at the very beginning of something that could really transform the world. And together, I would hope that all of us working together can do to secular psychology what Aquinas did to secular philosophy. He got rid of its capacity to be hostile to the faith. He didn't answer all of the problems of philosophy, but he got rid of the hostility that was intrinsic to some of it. And I'm not an Aquinas, and no one here is, but working together as several hundred or thousand people, we might match Aquinas. Thank you.
Do you want to answer a few questions? We do have time for a few questions.
But you'll have to sit down first.
Do we have the other microphone still out there? Okay, great. Claire's got it back there. Anybody have any questions for Dr. Vitz?
Dr. Vitz, my question has to do with your own conversion. Did you convert to Catholicism because of your study of psychology, or is it after the fact that you converted and then changed your view of psychology?
That's something of a difficult question. I come from a very vague, relatively unbelieving parents who were very vague Protestants. At 18, I read Bertrand Russell's Why I Am Not a Christian and said, that's a noble life. There is no God. It's a lonely, hostile world. I have the ability to live my life alone with courage. It's a very sort of young male world that I'm proud to be in as an atheist. Then went in and became a psychologist. Slowly my atheism slightly declined to sort of a nasty skepticism, but was still there. The real event that was important, by the way, Timmy, my wife, we married in 1969. That was the summer of '69 was Woodstock. Some of our friends, of course, were there. Timmy was an atheist also. We made up our own vows, no mention of God. We found a very liberal Protestant minister who would marry us anyway. We got married in the sort of the garden apartment of Timmy's mother in Indianapolis. We went on fine like that for a year. The next summer, 1970, we went to France. Spent a couple of weeks driving around in France. Timmy is a French professor, so that was natural. And she's a medievalist. But we spent all of our time, or much of it at any rate, going to beautiful cathedrals. Funny place for two atheists to be wandering around. We didn't go to to all the nightclubs or anything like that. And we came back. Then in November, a year later, 71, our first child was born. And that was a big, who are you kind of question to me. Holding this newborn child, Rebecca, and saying, I'm your father. What does that mean? What do I stand for? What am I going to, I'm going to tell you to be an atheist? That seemed kind of dumb. Well, what it seemed like was kind of empty. And so about a month later or 2 months later, Timmy was back in Indianapolis visiting with her mother and the baby. I stopped in at an Anglo-Catholic Episcopal church on Fifth Avenue called St. Thomas in Manhattan. I'd had some reason to think, and it was a very medieval-looking building, and so I'd been set up that way, and I'd heard it was traditional. We had gone to one Presbyterian church in the village prior to that, but the sermon sounded like it was an editorial from the New York Times. So I tried this and went through it and I liked it. Timmy came back. She said, yeah, I'll go with you. And we slowly came back to the faith through the Episcopal Church. So by 1975, but then we discovered that the Episcopal Church was going to probably end up as an editorial from the New York Times as well, which we could see it coming. And so we began looking elsewhere, and we met some wonderful Catholic priests, and they were very instrumental. One of them was Father Benedict Groeschel. Another one was, believe it or not, Malachi Martin. Some of you may know them. These people became friends. And we had two other spiritual advisors, Monsignor Coban and Father Halligan. And so those priests they helped us, and I read C.S. Lewis and G.K. Chesterton. So between the reading and going to the Episcopal Church and finding we wanted something deeper when we would argue about the resurrection and so forth with some of our fellow Episcopalians. And so we became Catholics. In the summer of, in June 1979, Father Benedict was my sponsor. And so we came in together. We got married as well as coming into the church. Timmy was almost 9 months pregnant with our fourth child, who didn't come until the 30th. We came in about the June 9th. The 30th baby came, Peter. And so that's how that went. And since then, I've reached out to Christians that aren't Catholic many times, but we've since then had many more Catholic contacts as well. I hope that explains what you were asking about, even though it wasn't in those two categories.
Great. Any other questions? We have one over here.
Yes.
Hello.
Behind you.
What's that?
Oh. Yeah, hello, yes.
Oh, yes. I didn't know if you wanted to say something. So we've been obviously talking a lot about the soul and the psyche, or however you want to call it, like the inner world of a person. But being that we're Catholic, we also have a brain and a body. What is the role of of genetics and chemical imbalances and medication and somatic work in Catholic psychology?
Well, look, I'm not an expert in that area. And I would say this is why we have psychiatrists. And if you're going to have a therapeutic system, you need to have psychiatrists as part of it. So what you need are three. You need one for the body and mind connection, one for the mind and its psychological problems, and one for the mind spiritual connection. So you need the spiritual advisor, the psychotherapist, and the psychiatrist. But as to what connections there actually are and how to deal with it, that remains, you have to look at all the research. It varies from mental condition. We know that most mental conditions have a genetic predisposition to them. I mentioned obsessiveness, for example, runs in families. I think criminal behavior runs in families, unfortunately. I think addiction sensitivities have some basis in genetics. So a lot of things probably do. Many of our sexual proclivities basis in genetics. We're going to have to work with the people who know that stuff, so find some good Catholic psychiatrists.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? There was a question up here, I think. Well, two, okay.
Hi, I would like to ask you to explain a little bit more about the vocations, and if you can expand a little bit about personal. You mentioned three. Yes. For us here. Thank you.
Okay, we have three vocations. The first, everybody has a personal vocation to their own self-development. And the psychologists who've talked about that sometimes gave you an answer like self-actualization or something like that. We consider that inadequate, and that is, in fact, really they've really given us a redemption. And we have a different redemption. So every person, all your clients have a calling to become something as a person, a calling for the spiritual development or the calling for Christian development, or maybe just calling for the virtues or whatever. That's the personal vocation. Everyone has it. We also have what would be called an interpersonal vocation. Many people are called to marriage. That's clearly one of the important things in many people's lives and in many patients. So you have to deal with their marriage. How are they doing with their marriage? You can't ignore the marriage of your client, or the fact that they want to get married or something like that. But others want this. Other people, their calling is not to marriage. It's to the spiritual life in the form of like being a sister or like being a priest. That's not to the single life in the normal sense. It is to a community life, because you almost always are part of a group of priests or sisters or what have you. But you're called not to marriage. And so those are the two major callings that we have that are interpersonal or social per se. And the third vocation that you have is to a job. What is your relationship to society? Not just to other people, like whether you're going to be consecrated. There are plenty of lay consecrated people today. But you're called to a job. Are you going to, as I said, are you going to be a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker? Going to be a housewife? A noble calling indeed, a mother and housewife. far nobler than our society gives credit to. Make it nobler and let people know it. You never get off. You never get a day off. Anyway, so you may be called to, you're called to some social, I was called to be in the academic world, but that's what we mean. You need a job. You need a relationship to society in some official sense. And it changes. I'm now retired. When I was 18, I didn't have that job, so on and so forth. And even though everybody is to some extent called to the single life, before you're married, a spouse can die, and then afterwards you have the single life again. So these are the three vocations that a person has, and they have to be brought into the therapy. You have to check on them. They may be fine, you can ignore it, but they may be part of their problem, that they're really secretly longing for the consecrated life, or they're secretly longing to get married and they can't find anybody, and the problem is they don't know how to look without causing problems that drive the other sex away. Okay?
Wonderful, thank you. How about another warm round of applause for Dr. Vitz? Thank you so much.
Can walk.
It's a miracle. All right, we're going to have a little bit of a break now for lunch. We have food already in place. Are we good on food? All right, so we're going to have people split the room this way and this way, go out the outside doors, and then the food is laid out on the tables outside in the hallway. So go out the outside door and then come get your food and come back in through the center door. We also have, if you haven't figured it out already, men's rooms are over on that side, and the women's rooms are over on that side. Also, during the next 25 minutes or so, we'll have books available at the back tables. Joelle will be back at that table if you have questions about programs. And then make it back to your seats by 20 of, I think, or give or take. And we'll have a nice little lunchtime entertainment, fun experience for you all. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. If we could re-find our seats, we're going to pick things back up again. Hopefully, everybody has been able to get started on their lunches. Just a little bit of a disclaimer. This is lunchtime entertainment, so please keep eating. No need to stop eating. This is the time for you to eat, and you should do so. My name is Jack Beers. I am a CPMAP graduate and partner, and I'm really looking forward to being able to share with you my capstone later on today. But right now, I actually have the great pleasure of introducing our next speaker, our entertainment for lunch, our celebrity of this afternoon, the hilarious and the extraordinary Tom Leopald. Tom and I actually met for lunch a few months ago. Tom and I have started are working together in launching a foundation called the Integrated Life Foundation, and I'd be very happy to speak with anybody about the foundation, which is centered around innovation in the field of mental and emotional care. But Tom and I meant to talk about the foundation and its beginning. And at the meal, I mean, I knew that Tom was famous, and I knew that Tom was a comedian, but my mouth about dropped to the floor when he said, yeah, one of my first times in television, I did a comedy thing with Lucille Ball. Like the chocolate Lucille Ball, like the famous I Love Lucy Lucille Ball. Yeah. As if that was an everyday thing. We can actually begin with Tom and understanding Tom. I like to begin with his most famous work. So Tom is a writer. He's a comedy writer. And he was a writer, producer, and story editor for some of television's most famous situation comedies, including Cheers, Will and Grace, and the very, very famous Seinfeld. So for those of you who are huge Seinfeld fans out there, there's always a couple. Tom wrote the episodes The Cafe and The Suicide, which The Suicide is the first episode where Newman appears, which is pretty fantastic. But Tom, he didn't just write for situational comedies. He's worked with comedic legends like Jonathan Winters, Bob Hope, Lucille Ball, Martin Short, Mary Tyler Moore, Carol Burnett, Billy Crystal, Chevy Chase, Christopher Guest, and many, many more. He's essentially been at the epicenter of comedy for 50 years. His career as a writer has moved beyond television in recent years in particular. He's written 3 novels. His third, which is Milt and Marty, the longest-lasting and least successful comedy writing duo in showbiz history, and also one of the longest book titles I've ever heard in my life. It was praised by quite a bit of people: Catherine O'Hara, Martin Short, Paul Schaefer, Martin Mull, Fred Willard, among many others who have praised Tom's great work. He's written the Mark Twain Awards, honoring legends like Will Ferrell, Bill Murray, Dave Letterman. He's written comic speeches or comedic speeches for a vice president of the United States. He wrote a speech for Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and 3 times, or the 3-time head of the CIA, Robert Gates. I'm sure there was a lot of comedic material for the CIA. Tom's new musical, Kip and Sylvia, tonight on deck, has been playing to sold-out theaters across New York City and will be presented at Long Island's Suffolk Theater on July 14th, if you're local and you want even more of Tom after today. Tom still loves doing comedy today and even co-hosts a weekly radio show called Entertaining Truth with Father Leo, discussing faith and church through an entertaining light. Tom is a Catholic convert like myself. He grew up in a Jewish family. He's the father of 2 daughters. He is a husband, and he absolutely adores his family. Now, what a Wikipedia page or IMDb or Tom correcting me via text messages can't tell you or won't tell you, or what you can't find on the internet, is that Tom is one of the kindest, most genuine men you could meet. And I'm very honored to work with him and to introduce him. So, for your entertaining pleasure, please give a warm welcome to Tom Leopald.
some introduction. I really don't deserve all that applause, but then again, I have arthritis and I don't deserve that either, so. What an introduction. I'm surprised I'm only this old when I hear that. I forgot my other glasses, and I brought everything else, my Xanax, my defibrillator. I got a proctosigmoidoscope in the car. I have everything, but I forgot the clear glasses, and I need to wear these. And when you're this hip, the sun's out everywhere anyway. So anyway, it's very nice to be here. Doctor, I'm going to read my ad libs, if you don't mind. Maybe I'll hold this thing. Great. Dr. Portaro, Dr. Gerard, everyone here at Catholic Psych, mentors of the class of 24. I think I speak for every neurotic, narcissistic, body dysmorphic, socio-psychopathic, or simply bipolar questioning person when I say congratulations to you all. Really. Really, from the heart. By BPQ, bipolar questioning. Anyway, you're probably thinking, what am I doing up here? I know I'm thinking it. It certainly wasn't for the money. Not only am I not getting paid, but Catholic Psych put me up in a hotel with paper drapes and a strict bring your own soap policy, but it's fine. I choose to rise above that because I love Catholic Psych and Dr. Greg and Dr. Gerard and everybody. And I guess the biggest reason I'm thrilled to be here is that I have a whole room of psychologists just focusing on me. This is for a neurotic. It's Christmas. I joke, of course, because thanks to Catholic Psych, I have learned that not every... Can you hear me okay, by the way? Yeah. Thanks to Catholic Psych, I learned that not everything is about me. And by the way, I will be signing CDs, my books. Selfies are $5. I don't take American Express. And no one look me directly in the eye, if you don't mind. Thank you. And in keeping with it not being all about me, I'd like to breeze through the first 74 years of my life, if you don't mind. Where was I? Where was I in the gold? Oh, yeah. You guys don't have to catch a bus or anything. You're good, right? Okay, good. I became Roman Catholic about 15 years ago, but I was born into a Jewish family in Miami Beach. In fact, we lived on a golf course my father couldn't play on because it was restricted. Jews weren't allowed to be on the golf course. Somebody hit a ball in our yard, my dad would go, "Look, Gentile, here they come." You know, my dad would go miles to play a round of golf, and our golf course right there, and our sprinklers watered it. It was amazing. And so there... Where was? Oh, yes. My parents were very proud to be Jewish. They just weren't into the religious part of it. My brothers and I were not bar mitzvahed. My parents were into the religious part of show business. In fact, my parents only joined a synagogue to audition for the shows. They couldn't get to Temple Bethlehem fast enough when they heard there was an open call for My Fair Lady, and they both got supporting roles, and they were very good. But for me, a 12-year-old kid sitting next to the bema watching my father sing Get Me to the Church on Time, wearing one of those tall yarmulkes. You know, it looked like it had room for 6 emergency yarmulkes, you know? It was confusing. So I had no formal religious training. The only way I knew how to pray was from television. I remember once on an episode of, well, I'm old, but an episode of this old Western Wagon Train. Does anybody remember Wagon Train? Yeah. And I remember when I was a kid watching that, and he was going to pray, and Ward Bond, the wagon master, he went around behind the chuck wagon, and he took off his big Stetson hat, and he looked up at the night sky, and he said, "Lord, if you'll just get us through Cherokee country, why, I'll buy that sick girl who's got the prairie fever. I'll buy her that bonnet she's always going on about." So I figured that's how you pray. I don't know. I only knew everything from television. But later in my life, when some painful stuff happened, crashed into our lives like a wrecking ball, to quote Miley Cyrus, I knew I couldn't go on praying like Ward Bond and Wagon Train. And by the way, that'll be my only Miley Cyrus reference for anybody. You know, if you came just to hear that, you can go and nobody will think less of you. But anyway, I should say this. I should have said it at the top. My wife, Barbara, is shy and preferred that I don't use her real name. So if you don't mind, I'll just call my wife Eloise. And seeing as how it led me to Catholic Psych, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to give a brisk version of my conversion to Catholicism. By the way, if any of you know Mel Gibson, I do have a script. No? Okay. Speaking of which, I must say that my accidentally watching The Passion of the Christ played not an insignificant role in my conversion, believe it or not. It was so powerful, and the cinematography, and, you know, I get so few chances to use my Aramaic. Just before my confirmation, which was met with cheering and dancing in the streets, by the way, my best friend, Paul Schaefer, who Jack mentioned, thank you for that good introduction, Jack. My friend Paul Schaefer threw me a Tom Leopold's Absolutely Last Day as a Jew roast at Sammy's Romanian restaurant, a Glock kosher restaurant with a big pizza of chicken fat on the table. And it was good timing because 30 years before, I was taken there for my bachelor party before my wedding, and the food had just passed through my system by that time. So it was good timing. Let's see. Harry Shearer from Spinal Tap, I don't know if you guys know that. He was a good friend, and he came dressed as a Hasidic rabbi and performed an intervention. He said, Tambala, you can't, there's no funny Gentiles. What are you going to do, hang out with Judy Tenuta? And it didn't work, though. The intervention did not work. Okay. This is so small, and these are the wrong glasses. But I'm getting the same laughs I would with the other glasses, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, my daughter got very sick. One of my daughters got very sick. Not to bring it, you know, it's very hard for me to talk about serious stuff without throwing jokes in, so you'll forgive me. Otherwise, I really don't know how to communicate. And my wife and I and our oldest, this is kind of the beginning of my conversion story. My wife and I and our oldest daughter, who's great, we were staying at this little Dude Ranch motel in a town called Wickenburg in Arizona, because our daughter was in a hospital there, one of the many hospitals she had been in. And we decorated this Dude Ranch motel with little stuff for Christmas, little Christmas tree and stuff we got at the dollar store in Wickenburg, the Tiffany's of Wickenburg. We decorated it with, you know, and we were very sad. It was Christmas Eve. We would only get our daughter for one day. That's how frail she was at that time. And we were pretty sad. And it was time for bed. And I took the upper bunk. My wife won the toss. And I got up there and I started to pray, but for real. And I didn't know how to pray. I can't pray like the guy in Wagon Train. I got to pray for real. And I really just said, okay, I cannot make it alone. God, if you're up there, please, I can't make it alone. Please help me. And then the Ambien did its magic fairy dance, and I went to sleep. Now, I always liked the idea of Jesus. I saw him as a kind of a rebel, kind of a James Dean, kind of Bob Dylan sort of thing. And I wondered if I had been around when he, capital H, was walking the earth, would I have been an apostle? Now, I'm not saying that I would have been in the Last Supper painting, but it was a Seder. I could have been at the cousin's table. But, of course, the apostles had the advantage of seeing the miracles, you know? Hey, you hear about Lazarus? Lazarus is dead. Not anymore. There we go. Okay, so I prayed, and my wife and I woke up before dawn, and we're in the desert in Arizona. It's Christmas morning, and my wife and I decided to take a walk in the desert. and there was a billion stars out, and the sky was a color I had never seen, and the air was sweet. I'd say it was biblical. The only thing missing was a heavenly messenger, and then he shows up on a motorcycle with deer antlers for handlebars. True story. I wasn't sure if he was really there or was the Ambien I had taken the night before. You know, the bottle says, be careful of taking Ambien. You can wake up with a cake, half-eaten cake in your bed in Spain. You know, it's a great drug. Anyway, at this point, this guy drives up on a big motorcycle, a big leathery guy, made Clint Eastwood look like, you know, I don't know, Jim Parsons or something. Pulls up right in front of us, and the sun is coming up behind his head. Oh, and he pulls up to us, revs his engine, he goes, points to me, and he goes, God is watching you. And I'm going, you know, like this. And and he says, God is watching. And I hadn't yet connected him to my prayer of the night before, so I didn't know what to make of it. You know, I thought I might go back to the desk clerk at the motel and tell him that I'd seen this guy. You know, I was kind of hoping the desk clerk would say, you saw old Jim? Why, he died in a motorcycle accident like 20 years ago, you know. But I didn't want to blow my vibe. I was excited. My wife and I guess it's out now, Barbara, and I were shaken, but it's also felt like a mystical kind of thing, like God is watching you. His name was Shepherd. Jesus had a flock. He came to Jesus at 33, and here we were the day of our Lord's birth. Now, of course, my wife and I were both looking for any sign that our child might make it. I mean, we were up for a week after we got a fortune cookie that said, you're a lucky man. It was my wife's cookie, so that's how desperate we were. And when we got back to New York, I went to see a gentleman named Frank Andrews. Now, Frank was a psychic. This is before I was Catholic, so take it easy. Everybody back down. This is a true story. I had seen Frank Andrews when I was 22. I had just broken up with the first real love of my life, who had left me for a guy we hired to fix our toilet. And my friend said, you should go see this psychic. He's really great. Because I was so bereft. And I said, I don't need a psychic. I need a girlfriend and a toilet that doesn't run. But I went and saw him. And anyway, Frank predicted my whole life. I was an actor then. I'd been on TV shows like Gunsmoke and Mannix. Always played a tough kid. I was doing all that. And I was writing at the same time for this thing called the National Lampoon Radio Hour and stuff like that. But I didn't know I'd be a writer. It just, at all. You know, I hardly read anything, read any books. And Frank also sent me to a psychologist, a very old psychologist named Willard Beecher. I don't know if you remember him. He had worked with Alfred Adler. He's a very old guy. He's 77, and at the time I thought, man, that's it. You'll get older than that. And I'm getting there. And he was the first person I had ever heard say, you don't have to care what other people think of you. And it was like, what? You don't have to care what other people think of you. I said, my God, does anybody else know about this? It was so revolutionary, you know? And he was great. He wouldn't let me pay him. He says, where I'm going, I don't need money. He's very old. He died soon after that, actually, but he was lovely to me, and so took me under his wing. So a couple of days after I got back from Arizona with my daughter and the Christmas thing and the guy in the desert, the antler handlebars, I went to see Frank again, the psychic. Now, I'm still not Catholic, so. And he remembered me after 35 years. And I went because I just, at that point, I just had to hear something from anywhere about, will our daughter make it? I won't tell her, go into what it was wrong with her, but it was, you know, the adult dose. Let's just say that. And I wanted him to predict some good things about my daughter's recovery. He said that he didn't see anything about that. He was honest. But he told me, do not go up ever in a hot air balloon. The joke is, 2 days before in Arizona, we're taking our daughter back to the hospital, and our hearts are breaking. It's Christmas Day, and we're driving back, and I see a big hot air balloon, and with a basket under it, and I'm afraid of heights, but I said I wanted to give her a thrill, so I peel around, and I go and I drive up to the guy giving the hot air balloon ride, and he says, no, it's too dark, we're not going up. So when Frank said that, it got my attention. But he didn't see anything about my daughter, but, helped me out with the balloon thing. I haven't been on one since. And actually, now that I think, it'd be a good thing to give up for Lent, wouldn't it? Hot air balloon. Not so difficult. More easier than chocolate. One more thing about Frank, the neighborhood psychic, who stayed a friend of mine. I don't get psychic readings from him anymore. We just go for Italian food. But in his neighborhood down in the lower part of New York, he was there so many years ago, that old St. Patrick's Basilica. I don't know if anybody knows it. It's the oldest basilica on Mott Street. And the psychic lived across the street. And this is a time before the neighborhood was gentrified. Now it's like $1 billion an apartment. Guys from Manhattan? Yeah. And Frank the psychic, who's God knows what his religion was, one of those from the planet Zorbo or something, I don't know what it was. He felt so bad for the Monsignor of this church, because there'd be like 3 people there, in those days. And so the silver bowl with the Eucharist, there'd be three Eucharists in there, that would be it. And so he would go every morning and sit for the morning mass, because he felt so bad for the Monsignor. So he's just a great guy, And so anyway, I'm disappointed because he didn't say anything about our daughter and if anything she was going to ever make it. And I step out of Frank's townhouse, and I walk down the steps. And as soon as I get to the bottom step, this black town car pulls right up in front of me, like close as that chair. And out steps this very handsome, kind of charismatic young priest. I don't know if any of you remember Father Jonathan Morris. He would be on Fox a lot. He's no longer, he left the priesthood to have a family, and I guess he figured he couldn't top bringing me in. So he left the priesthood, but he's still a very godly man and a good friend. Now, I had seen him interviewed like a week before on TV, and he had a book out called The Promise, about how one can find grace through suffering. Now, suffering I had down, grace I need a little help with. So I asked him, I said, I don't know where it came from, but I said, you wouldn't have a few minutes to talk to me, would you? And he goes, that depends. Did you pay full price for the book? No, he didn't say it. He just paid them. And okay, so let me flash forward. Let me go back here so I can find out. Here I am. So he invited me for coffee, and in the rectory, which happened to share a wall with the psychic's townhouse shared a wall with the rectory at this church. And I'm there, and the guy comes out of the car, and it's amazing. And it's the guy with the antlers, and there was all these other kind of semi-supernatural things that happened to me. And I didn't, and he told me that one can come to God through suffering, and that there was a supernatural reality. And I had no trouble believing that. After being in show business for 50 years, the supernatural would be like a walk in the park. I mean, nothing could be harder than show business. And I had seen many shrinks through my life, some really very helpful ones. I used to think going to therapy was like confession for Jewish people, The only difference is your therapist won't rush you through your session to beat the traffic to the Hamptons. That's the only difference. I had one shrink who used to open his mail during my session. He'd laugh at the letter, and I'd be talking about my dad, And the great thing is, with the breakthrough that Dr. Bottaro has invented with Voxer, you can open your mail. You guys can do whatever you want. So you're in the right place, Anyway, I had, so you can see, I go to RCIA, and I became Catholic. It was a wonderful experience. And I mean, did I forget to say? Oh, yeah. I went to RCIA. I became Catholic. And then as my daughter started to recover, I realized that I had cemented over so much grief, you know? And you bury it, and it started to come up and kick me in the ass a little bit, you know, all this pain. And so I went to confession once, one of my first confessions, and so I had a lot of stuff to confess. And the priest said to me at the end, gave me my penance and everything, and he said, you should go see this guy, Dr. Bottaro. He's a Catholic psychologist, never heard of such a thing before. And I kind of, that's weird that a priest would say that. And then a couple of weeks after that, I go again because I committed the same stupid, boring sin that I did before. And same thing, I was with the priest, he gave me my penance, and he said, hey, you know what? Because I was talking about how it was sort of, you know, my post-traumatic stress, if you will, you know, was hitting me. And he said, you should go see this guy, Dr. Bottaro, right? So I figure, you know, second opinion. So I call up Dr. Bottaro, and believe it or not, he had time to see me. And I know this is unimportant, and I know Dr. Greg probably doesn't want me to talk about this, but and it has no meaning or bearing on anything I'm saying, but my first time at Dr. Bottaro's in the men's room, in the bathroom, was the first squatty potty I had ever seen in person. And I thought, man, I'm in the right place, baby, you know? I know that's a side issue, and I shouldn't have had to really bring it, but I don't know. I just wanted to share from the heart. And Dr. Greg, and then later Dr. Gerard as well, because, you know, it took two to get me walking, you know. One more, and I go right to jail, you know, third time strike. They helped rebuild my emotional engine, you might say. It still gives off a lot of exhaust, but now and then it purrs like a kitten. And he reminded me how God loves me even when I don't do stuff right. Is this working? Yeah. Even when I don't do stuff right. And once in a while, you know, you can lay your cross down against Jesus. You know, it's allowed, you know, against Jesus' cross. And it really helped me deal and face the trauma. Did I tell you that oh yeah, the last thing is Jewish. So anyway, I'll quickly say that I really don't think I could have gone on and put myself back together in the way that I had, and most been a good support to my wife and my two daughters, and the one who thank God is doing very well now without CatholicPsych. And so that's the end of my speech. I should end with a big joke, but I'm too much in love with this, all you guys do. Cheapen it, some brilliant bon mot or some amazing joke. So anyway, I want to thank you all, and I want to wish everybody the best with their, you know, with their mentorship. And now I'm going to finish my lunch. But thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just for your knowledge, later we have in the back corner over there, if we have any mental health professionals here today, we are going to be launching a fellowship for Catholic psychology. This is going to be a boiled down version of the full certification program. And while we do love and have licensed therapists in the certification, if you don't have time for a whole nother master's program, we are going to be coming together as licensed professionals, and Dr. Crete is going to be helping out with that as well. And we're going to get together some of the other big hitters in the space of Catholic psychology to create a coherent vision for what a real Catholic psychology can look like. So Joelle, the back there in the green dress, she taking a selfie with Father Sam right now. She can talk to you about the fellowship. We have some cool video cards back there. You can grab one and learn more about that later if you'd like. We still have books at the back table. I think we're running out of some of them. Dr. Crete's book sold out very quickly. There's plenty more Mindful Catholic, if anybody wants to go back and look at that again. Just give it another thought. And Dr. Vitz has some books back there as well. For the afternoon, we're going to hear from our next keynote, and then we're also going to be hearing from a couple more capstones, students who have graduated presenting on their capstones. And we'll have some more time for a break. All right, so Mother Natalia entered the monastery in 2015. She made her life profession on September 26, 2021. As a military kid, Mother Natalia grew up in a variety of places from Cuba to Denver, and I think there were over 20 places that you lived. She earned her BS in engineering from Colorado School of Mines. Her route to monasticism passed through urban missions, both with a simple house of St. Francis and Alphonsus, and teaching high school math. Though her role at the monastery is wide, she spends much of her time coordinating all the guest logistics involving the Pustinia retreat, ensuring visitors are received with hospitality. Mother Natalia and Father Michael Laughlin co-host the podcast, What God Is Not, and it focuses on Byzantine Catholicism and mystery. I've known Mother since we met at a TOB Institute course in Pennsylvania years ago, and I was first struck by the interaction between her and her superior who was with her at the retreat. Her superior mother was much older than her in age, but the two of them interacted with such deep love for each other, as if they were best friends. Subtle mannerisms communicated a connection between them, as if they were siblings. Having seen various religious communities that struggle to find the balance between holiness and humanity, something about these two was profoundly intriguing. The more I got to know her and her sisters, I learned that this was a sort of charism in their community. The Byzantine nuns have a tradition of calling sisters who are in early stages of discernment sister, and then giving the name mother to everyone in final vows, or life profession as they call it. They see life profession as the fullest entrance into their motherhood as women, not just of a little community. And so they indicate that with the title mother. This is the fullness of the vocation of a woman, to enter into this deepest kind of motherhood, which is to participate in and with and through union with our Creator, who nurtures and provides for all people. And this is only one small example of how deep and beautiful and human their charism is from this integrated perspective. Mother Natalia is a religious fulfilling her call in this world to pursue radical love with the Creator and to be a witness that gives glory to his promise that he will fulfill what he says he will in this world and in the next. As a young man discerning religious life, I naively thought that every celibate was living with one foot on earth and one foot in heaven. 25 years later, I've learned that the ideal is often far from reality. Mother Natalia is one of the religious I've been blessed to know who has shown me that my inexperienced hope for what is possible wasn't wrong. Her joy is palpable, and her intimacy with the Father is radiant. This isn't to say that the life of the sisters is ethereal or inimitable. The most astounding thing about Mother Natalia is how human and grounded she is. She can be silly and often hilarious. She drinks strong whiskey, and she'll punch you pretty hard if you say something stupid. Anyone knows her well will know that she is a sister, a mother, and a friend. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mother Natalia.
They didn't give me one of those strong whiskeys before my talk, so. All right, I am figuring out right now what I'm going to talk about. Someone asked me this like 2 weeks ago. They were like, so what are you talking about? And I was like, fair question. It's 2 weeks away. I should know that. And I'm still kind of figuring it out in this moment, so we'll see what the Lord does. Lots of people prayed over me today, and I'm really grateful for that. So when Dr. Greg asked me to give this talk, he did this like Dr. Greg thing that he does where he just like kind of throws all these ideas out there and then just like some of them stick. So he was talking about emotions and mental health and healing and all of these things. And I'm nodding and smiling because I know that I'm really just going to end up talking about whatever I want. Because that's, nuns get away with a lot. But I think it was, it's easy for me to talk about all of those things because I'm super emotional and extremely sensitive. Like one of my great wounds was growing up just hearing so many times, "You're too sensitive." Which has been a place of a lot of healing in the last year or so. But even though I'm very emotional because of my woundedness, I'm super uncomfortable with my emotions. And I'm really uncomfortable with other people's emotions. I remember that when I became, when I was tonsured a nun, so when I received my new name, my mom, the night before my tonsure, my mom hugs me, and she says, "Good night, Victoria." And then she starts sobbing, and she's like, "That's the last time I'm going to call you that." And so I hug her, and I'm just panicking because I'm like, what do I do when a woman cries? I don't know. I studied engineering physics. Where Dr. Gerry's a geek, I'm definitely a nerd. And so this is what, I kid you not, this is how comfortable I am with people's emotions. I hug my mom, and I pat her on the back, and I say, "Mom, I don't really know what to do when women are crying, but we can do a math problem if you want." And she laughed, and I'm like, somehow that worked. But yeah, so I can talk about learning to deal with emotions. I can talk about what it is to be mentally unhealthy. I'm super neurotic. When we were at dinner last night, people saw this when I accidentally ordered a drink that I didn't want, and I was too scared to tell the waiter to bring me something else. I was like, "I'll just drink this. It's perfect. This is what I wanted all along." When a couple weeks ago, a couple of my sisters and I were at a formators workshop, because God knows why, I'm a formator. And on the drive in, the workshop was on Long Island, And so I'm the one driving from Ohio, our monastery's in Ohio, and we hit New York City at rush hour. And I'm like amazing at this driving thing, right? I'm like weaving in and out and everything's fine, and someone knocks their mirror and then they just put it back out and I'm like, this is fine, everything's fine. And I'm driving perfectly, super competent, and inside I am freaking out. So then we're talking about it that night at dinner, the other sisters and I, and some of the sisters from the other community were explaining this to them, and I said, I'm describing this, and I was like, that's kind of how I live life. Like, people look at me and they're like, they think I'm so competent and put together and cool and calm and collected. My heart rate's in the fat burning zone right now, just so you know. And then we hear this talk at the workshop about perfectionism, which there are 3 kinds of perfectionism I learned in this talk, and I'm so perfect I have all 3. And the sister who's giving this presentation on perfectionism shares the image of a duck that's like floating along on the water, but then under the water, the legs are just going crazy. And I was like, that's me, I'm a duck. So I still, like I said, I'm super anxious right now. I still struggle with that. But it's become a lot better over the last year or so. And that journey of healing is what I want to share with y'all today. And the reason I want to share that journey, want is a strong word. The reason I feel like I'm supposed to share that journey is I had a couple days of retreat this past week. And someone asked me right before I was going into these days of retreat, they were like, what are you talking about at the summit? And I was like, I don't know, that's what these retreat days are for, because Jesus has to tell me. And in this same conversation, I was talking about how I had been praying with, in the Gospel of John, the story of the Samaritan woman at the well. Saint Fotina is the name given to her in tradition. And the Chosen, actually that is the tradition. The Chosen didn't just make that up. And as I was praying with the passage, a line struck me that hadn't struck me before. Because usually when I pray with that, I'm praying with something Jesus said or something that Saint Fotina said. But it's actually, before he encounters her, there's this line that says, Jesus was wearied with his journey. And that's why he stopped at the well. And when I shared that with this friend, they were like, I don't think you're supposed to pray about what to share. I think maybe Jesus just wants to rest with you. He's wearied with his journey, and he just wants to rest with you. So instead of praying about what I was going to share today, I just rested with him. And in the midst of that rest, it was just kind of this realization that I don't need to reinvent a fancy talk. I just need to tell you guys my story of healing. So in April of last year, I started unpacking with my therapist a pretty old wound that was an injustice that I had experienced, a way that I'd been deeply hurt in relationship, and it was just totally unsolicited. Like, this wasn't something that I'd brought upon myself. And after all these years, I was unpacking this with my therapist, and he asked me to make a list of very specific ways I had been hurt by this. And, anything that was like physical hurts, emotional hurts, spiritual hurts, any of that. And as I made that list, I just realized that there was a lot to grieve. And I started to grieve pretty hard. And a lot of the things that came up on that list were lies that I realized I'd believed about myself for my whole life. Not my whole life, but for many years. And I had to grieve the years that I spent living out of those lies, because there's like the ripple effect of all of the broken relationships I have now because I was living out of those lies and so on and so forth. So there was just a lot to grieve. There were really destructive habits of thought, a lot of temptations, a lot of anger, a lot of self-hatred. When Dr. Gerry was talking about how we loathe ourselves, most of us, 100%, yeah, just so much loathing. And then, so that was in April that I started unpacking that. And then in August, I went to a Theology of the Body course. This was my 5th Theology of the Body course. And it was Theology of the Body in Spiritual Direction. And I was really excited to go on this course because after starting all of this stuff with my therapist, I was just like ready for a break from processing things. And I was like, because I'm a spiritual director, again, God knows why. He literally knows why. That's fine. So I go to this course and I'm like, I'm here for my spiritual children, and I'm gonna like learn to be the best spiritual director in the world and like set aside my problems for a while and just have this week of like learning to be a spiritual director and take a break from my own crap. And that's not what any Theology of the Body course looks like. So I go and I have a complete breakdown. And it was beautiful breakdown. Not really beautiful. It was like the ugly crying, kind of like the snotty, like, oh, it was just terrible. I cried a lot when on the course with Dr. Greg as well. Especially when we watched Les Mis. Oh my gosh, I was a mess at Les Mis. So anyways, at this course, the therapy that I was going through and my spiritual life meshed together in a new way. They had meshed all along. I have a really beautiful Catholic therapist out in Ohio. I could recommend him if anyone's in the Cleveland area. And they began to mesh in this real way. And for the first time in my life, I realized and could admit to my anger at God over this injustice. And the reason that it took me so long to realize the anger is it wasn't like a typical kind of anger. I wasn't angry that the injustice had happened, because some part of me could understand, like, we have free will, evil's a thing, so on and so forth. But I was angry because of all of the lasting consequences of that. It's like this thing happened unsolicited. And for the past, 20 years or whatever, I've had these destructive habits of thought, these temptations, this anger. And he could literally take that away like that. Around that time, I was praying with the Gospel of Matthew, and I came across, in the 8th chapter, the story of the man with leprosy who says, Lord, if you are willing, you can make me clean. And then it says, Jesus reached out his hand and touched the man. I am willing, he said, be clean. And when I read that passage, I was pissed. Because I was like, I'm your bride. Why don't you want me to be clean? I'm pretty sure that makes you a crappy husband. And it was such a gift to be able to recognize that anger at the Lord. And to admit to the fact that I felt like he was holding back on me. And so the next couple months were pretty terrible. And then October, I had retreat. And I wasn't really talking on retreat about that particular wound that I'd been unpacking in therapy. That wasn't really the point. We were talking about other things, other wounds. And the retreat director was so gentle, so tender. Tenderness is the word that came to mind when we did the experiential exercise with Dr. Gerry this morning, when he asked, like, how are you looking at that part? The first word that came to mind for me was tenderness. Like, I think compassion is also a really good word, but I think, like, we all just are in such great need of tenderness, especially with ourselves. And so anyways, this retreat director was so gentle, so tender, that I was finally able to admit to the thoughts and the desires that were the ugliest places of my heart. Things that I've believed about myself for most of my life that I didn't know I believed about myself. Which, yeah, that just like reminds me of what Dr. Greg said earlier, of he healed things that I didn't even know were broken. That was a great line. And so I'm admitting these thoughts and these desires, these like terribly ugly places of my heart, and realizing that they weren't true. And that was a game changer. So in another Greek word, Dr. Gerry threw the word nous out there. We also have this word nepsis, which is watchfulness, basically. It's an attentiveness to the things that are entering our heart. And this is what all of the early fathers talk about, the need for watchfulness. Because if we can cut off thoughts right at the very beginning, then they don't affect us as much, right? And I think everyone here would agree that our thoughts do influence the actions in our life. Our thoughts do influence our emotions, right? And if you struggle to believe that, I think a really good example of this is, I'm sure we've all had that experience where you have a dream that you're in an argument with someone, and then like you wake up, and every time you see that person that day, you have to remind yourself, we're not fighting. Like, it was just a dream, pure imagination, but like it does affect you. And so similarly, all of these things that I'd been believing about myself were affecting the way that I lived. They were affecting my relationships. They were affecting the way that I saw myself. So that was a game changer for me, to realize that those ugliest desires of my heart were not the truth. They weren't the reality. There was a beauty beneath them, which I think, like, we put these masks on because we think the masks are covering up something ugly, but the masks are actually the ugly thing. And we're covering up a beauty underneath. So my whole life changed after this retreat, because years and years of shame were lifted. And I think if if you were to get nothing else from this talk, the one thing that I would really want you to receive is just the really, really terrible power of shame. I remember I was helping a woman at some point. She's told me that I can share this in talks. I obviously won't give her name, but she was struggling with an addiction to masturbation, and I was walking with her for a while through this, and for whatever reason, like, I don't know, I could have lots of theories about this, but the sexual sin seems to be the ones that carry the most shame. So she's obviously like living in this place of deep shame. And whenever she would fall, she just like can't even enter into a relationship with the Lord because she's just so ashamed. And one day, she fell in her addiction, and then afterwards, she starts to feel ashamed, and then she says to herself, whenever I share this with Mother Natalia, she looks at me with so much tenderness. And if she loves me in this, how could the Father not? And like a block was lifted, and like that was just a totally new entry into healing for her. And so like we have to overcome shame, and we have to help other people overcome shame because it has such a hold on us. St. John Chrysostom talks about how our sin is not the reason we go to hell. It's the despair over our sin. Because when we despair, we can't lift our gaze to look at the Lord. And he just wants to help us out of our sin. So anyways, my whole life has changed from this retreat. And my therapist really prepared my heart for that. Like, he was gently pushing me to ask the questions that I needed to ask, to open places of my heart in prayer that I was too afraid to do before. And I received, in all of that time, a lot of intellectual knowledge, a lot of the notional, and then, like, the knowledge of 6 months of therapy that was in my head was then plunged into my heart in, like, 5 days on this retreat. Through the tenderness of the encounter with the retreat director. And the reason that changed my whole life is because for more than 2 decades, I had hated myself. I had hated my heart and hated its desires. Every relationship was hard because I didn't believe in any of them. If someone was my friend, it was either because they wanted something from me or because they're a good Christian, and so in their pity, they spent time with me out of charity. And I think the reason that made relationships so hard is because that's so unstable, right? Because at any point, I could no longer have the thing they want from me. Or at any point, they could run out of pity. They could run out of Christian charity. And that was just exhausting because I was looking for my identity in other people. Like, if enough people tell me I'm funny, then maybe I'm actually funny. If enough people tell me I'm pretty, maybe I'll actually believe that I'm pretty. If enough people tell me that I love the Lord, maybe I'll believe that I love the Lord. But now, for the first time in my life after this retreat, at least the first time in my life that I can remember, I knew that I was good. I knew that my heart was good. I knew that I was beautiful and that I was worthy of friendship. And I was then able to go back to that injustice that I had been working through in therapy. And I really pitied the person who had hurt me because I realized that he was blinded to my goodness and my beauty. And then when I realized that, I thought about this guy and the rest of his life, and I was like, he doesn't really see goodness or beauty pretty much anywhere in life. And that's a really pitiable place to live. And so I started to pray for him and with an authenticity that I couldn't before. So the retreat wasn't about that. But then a couple of weeks later, after the retreat, I realized that those externals that I had been asking the Lord to heal for so many years, those things I was mad at him for not taking away, were just gone. I was like, oh, I haven't had any of that for the last couple of weeks. I was like, that's weird, because I've spent like 20 years. And then as time went on, like, the things just stayed gone. And I realized the mercy of God in not taking away those externals, because I realized that I was not asking him to heal my leprosy, I was asking him to take away the spots of leprosy. And he really wanted to get down to the disease itself, which was the shame. And if he had taken away those externals, I don't know that I would have persisted in trying to go deeper. So it was really his mercy to want to heal the shame. And so my life was different, has been different. It's still hard because, in the story, I think this is also Matthew 8, when Jesus talks about the house built on stone and the house built on sand, and he says, the rain fell and the floods came and the winds blew and beat on that house. And of course, the house built on sand collapses and the house built on stone does not. But as I was praying with that passage a couple years ago, I realized, but in both cases, the rain falls, the winds blow, the floods come. We don't just not get beat upon once we have the firm foundation. It's just that we don't collapse under the wind. So I want to make a few really important points about healing before wrapping up. One being that ideally we don't go to the Lord for the sake of healing. And I think that's all what we need to be striving towards, is not to be going to the Lord for the sake of healing. And by that I mean, ideally, we're going to the Lord to be in relationship with him. Healing is the natural byproduct of that. We can't be in relationship with the Lord and not experience healing. He's the divine physician. It's who he is. But we go for the relationship. And part of the reason I think that's so important is because otherwise it's once we're healed, we don't need that relationship anymore. Or I think we also have this misconception that we need to be healed before we can approach him or before we can approach one another, and that's super dangerous. And I mentioned this on the podcast that we recorded a couple weeks ago, but the mystery of repentance, the sacrament of confession, is listed in the Catechism as one of the sacraments of healing. We're going to confession to say, Jesus, I'm hurting. And as the divine physician, I need you to kiss my boo-boos. That's what we're saying in confession. If any grown man in this room has the courage to say that in confession, I would give you major props. But confession should not be the first time that you're telling Jesus your sins. And I think that's a trap that we often fall into, is we're once I've sinned, once I've broken this relationship, then I need confession to fix the relationship. But actually, we need the relationship to go to confession. We don't just stop spending time with him otherwise. And we experience this in therapy and in spiritual direction as well. I think it's pretty easy, I think, for most of us to share the mess that we are once the mess has been cleaned up, right? When I've figured it out and I saw what was happening there and now I've got it in this neatly presented package, then I can share it. But when I'm in the midst of the mess, then it's a lot harder because I have to admit that I'm not fixed yet. So we do this with the Lord, we do it in therapy, we do it in spiritual direction. And sorry, I'm trying to decide where I want to go next with this. Let's go back to confession. So confession, healing. since Dr. Gerry already brought up St. Maximus the Confessor, something that he talks about in his questions to Thalassius, I was thinking of this just as Dr. Gregg also was talking about suffering being the common thread, is St. Maximus the Confessor talks about how our passions, the ways that we sin, our passions result from pain. Either we have these passions to avoid pain, or we have these passions to deal with the pain that we're in. You know, like, which is very consistent with the parts theory, right? You know, we've got the managers and the firefighters. And Jesus knows our pain. Like, he knows this when we're acting out of these passions. He knows our pain, and he doesn't want to just get rid of the pain. He wants to be in it with us. He doesn't just want to fix us. We want resolution. He wants relationship. And he's the one who heals us. We don't heal ourselves. But we try, because again, we want to be presentable to him, to ourselves, to others. And it's just exhausting to keep trying that, because it's never going to work. But our healing isn't only through him. We need others. And I want to make a nuance here, because to say that we need anything other than Jesus is just not true, except that he allows us to need other things other than him. So I don't want anyone to misunderstand me. Like, I do think that if I were in a concentration camp somewhere and I was in isolation, I don't mean it's impossible to be saved because I don't have others. But in the ordinary, he allows us to need others. For instance, this like amazing experience of healing I had in October, all of those lies being dispelled and light being shown into them, that's been such a freeing experience. But I also believed those lies for 2 decades, right? So they don't just totally disappear. And there are certain, like, situations in which they're really brought up, and I need the people who ground me in those situations. A perfect example of this is that 4 Meters workshop, because I'm not like other nuns, and when I'm around other nuns, I get really scared. I remember being at this workshop last year, and I'm sitting at lunch with this sister who's eating her apple with a fork and knife, and I'm just trying to remember to not spit while I run while I'm here. That's my goal. And so this year at the workshop, whenever I went for a run and I had to spit, I looked around first to make sure there were no cars or Dominicans. But even today, during that experiential exercise with Dr. Gerry, the part that I saw was immediately myself as a little girl with her knees to her chest, just so afraid to give this talk. Because that little girl just desperately wants to be accepted and loved. And I can see that, which is why the immediate need is for tenderness. But at that workshop, I had a Zoom call with a priest friend of mine who just grounds me. Because it's in his presence, I know the goodness of my heart. And this is what we need, and it's also what we need for to be for other people. Yeah, and the fact that we need that can be a temptation to more shame, because we don't want to be needy, and we want to be more healed than we are. And so I think just also the reminder that we don't need to be more healed than we are. Because if it's about relationship and not resolution, then like that shifts, just the goal, the focus. The last thing I want to share is extremely vulnerable, because I'm going to sing a song. So my favorite part of the Chronicles of Narnia is from the Voyage of the Dawn Treader. And it's the story of Eustace Scrubb. The first line of the Voyage of the Dawn Treader. How many of you have read the Chronicles of Narnia? The movies don't count? Okay. The reason the movies don't count, I mean, I do think that in general, but this particular scene, which is the best scene of the book, is so downplayed in the movie, which is terribly sad. So the first line of the Voyage of the Dawn Treader is, "There was a boy called Eustace Clarence Scrubb, and he almost deserved it." And Eustace was just a nasty little boy. He was unkind, he was selfish. But you also learn in the book that he was desperately lonely. And he deeply desired relationship, but had I think all of the nastiness was just so much self-protection. And he was a boy who was just, I think, really steeped in shame, even though he didn't know it. And he had what was described in the book as greedy, dragony thoughts. So then at some point in the book, spoiler alert, he is turned into a dragon. He steals this golden bracelet, and when this ugliness was manifested exteriorly, he thought he could help himself, and then when he couldn't, he despaired. As a side note, a big part of how he got through this was relationship. He found a lot of strength, a lot of courage in the other characters in the book who loved him in spite of the fact that he was just this nasty little boy. They had a compassion and a tenderness that gave him the strength to endure, especially Reepicheep, who's one of my favorite characters. So the way he ends up being undragoned is he encounters Aslan, who's the Christ figure of the book, the lion. And Aslan tells Eustace the dragon, who has this golden bracelet cutting into his arm, because now that he's turned into a dragon, the bracelet's far too small for his arm. And he's in so much pain. And Aslan tells Eustace that he needs to undress. And Eustace didn't understand at first because he's a dragon and he doesn't have clothes, and how is he supposed to undress? And then he realizes maybe this is I'm like a snake, and it's my skin that needs to come off. So Eustace takes his big dragon claws and he peels off his skin. And then he realizes, he looks down and the skin is just there again. So he does this thrice. He peels off his skin, only to realize it's not enough. And then finally he realizes he has to let Aslan be the one to peel his skin off. And you know what, maybe I have it here on the phone. I'm going to just read to you this part of, okay. Well, he peeled the beastly stuff right off, just as I thought I'd done it myself the other 3 times, only they hadn't hurt. And there it was, lying on the grass, only ever so much thicker and darker and more knobbly looking than the others had been. And there was I, as smooth and soft as a peeled switch, and smaller than I had been. Then he caught hold of me. I didn't like that much, for I was very tender underneath now that I'd had no skin on. And he threw me into the water. It smarted like anything, but only for a moment. After that, it became perfectly delicious, and as soon as I started swimming and splashing, I found that all the pain had gone from my arm. And then I saw why. I'd turned into a boy again. After a bit, the lion took me out and dressed me. So Eustace, when he finally recognized his own wretchedness and loneliness, when he confronted the truth, and he allowed another to see what was beneath that wretchedness, that's when he began to heal. So this song, I was talking about Eustace Scrubb on the What God Is Not podcast that Dr. Greg mentioned, and one of our listeners emailed and asked if I'd heard of this song, and I hadn't. It's not The Lament of Eustace Scrubb by the Oh Hellos, which I had heard, but it's called Eustace Scrubb, and it's by a woman named Sarah Sparks. Hopefully I'm not sued for just singing this, but I just gave her credit, so I feel like it's okay. When I heard this song, I just wept. Hopefully I don't do that now. Because, yeah, it's just got so many amazing lines. One of my favorite, well, a few of my favorite lines. One is that as he looked through my eyes at the things I despised, I felt pierced by his gaze. And then another is, you cut me deep. I know I felt it, but it's the sweetest kind of pain. So I was going to play this song for you, and I asked a couple weeks ago if it was okay for me to play a song here, but then it was just on my heart a couple days ago to just sing it for you, and I think you'll hear the lyrics better if it's a cappella, but I'm very scared, so. Thank you. Okay. For the first in my life, I'm not living a lie, and I hate who I am. I've become what I feared, and I've cried dragging tears just to prove I'm a man. I tried to change my appearance, but I am not changed. I'm just tired. I tried to heal myself long before I met your gaze. At the water, I'm at your feet. Would you tear into the deep of my heart to heal me? I've seen my own reflection. I know the pain I'm in. I've been a lonely wretch and I can't get out of it. As he looked through my eyes at the things I despised, I felt pierced by his gaze. But he peeled off my skin and he threw me into the water to save me. I tried to change my appearance, but I am not changed. I'm just tired. I tried to heal myself long before I met your gaze. At the water, I'm at your feet. Would you tear into the deep of my heart to heal me? I'm at your feet. Would you tear into the deep of my heart to heal me? I wore this bracelet bright and golden that overnight became my chain. I was a lonely, wretched soul that, lost in the dark, cried out your name. You cut me deep, I know I felt it, but it's the sweetest kind of pain. Oh, sweet relief, you took my burdens. Oh, I believe, oh, I believe. I'll end with this line from The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, because I think it's really important to keep in mind. It would be nice and fairly nearly true to say that from that time forth Eustace was a different boy. To be strictly accurate, he began to be a different boy. There were relapses, but the cure had begun.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a couple minutes. Some questions? All right, thank you. That was really wonderful. Thank you. You all got to see a little piece of what I have seen in her, in friendship and sisterhood and her feminine genius shared with all of us. It's really glorious. Some questions for Mother Natalia. Do we have the mic out there? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mother. My name is Monica. As you were talking about the bracelet, I was really expecting it to come off, and I've never read the book, and I've not even watched the movie. But what do you think about, like, the bracelet that's kind of our shackle? Like, it doesn't need to come off. Like, when we become our best, like, most healed version of ourselves, like, whatever that bracelet is, like, it becomes, like, glorified, like, God shines through it. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. I think it's, yeah, I think if we think of the bracelet as, like, the shame, I think that does just need to come off. We need to not carry that at all. But if we think of it as our wounds, then most certainly, like, we want those to be glorified, right? Because Jesus has wounds on his resurrected body. Those don't disappear. So, yeah, I don't know.
What would you say to the person who is where you were between April and October, where the really terrible stuff is revealed and unresolved? What would you say to a person who's in that space?
That's a really good question. I think that nobody could say anything to me that was helpful. They tried. The more important thing was just being with me. Because I think it's like what we really need to experience is not like, I can help you get through this mess. It's like, you're still loved in the mess. And so I think it's more important to just be with someone and love them than it is to, like, have the right things to say. You know, it's like, even again in that, in the experiential exercise we did this morning, when we saw the part that was carrying the tension, the first response, as Dr. Gerry directed it, was not to, like, fix the part or tell the part what to do, but it was to, like, try to find tenderness for the part. or compassion, or if that wasn't there, then to see which other part was preventing that. And so I think just learning to have tenderness is the most important thing that we can give in that. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Next, I'm going to have Father Sam Kachuba come up before our next break, and he's going to share areas back here. He's going to share a little bit about his capstone project, and he is another story of one who entered with one idea into the certification program and found throughout the process that he has much bigger ideas and a grand vision. So, Father Sam, please come share.
Well, like Jen did this morning, I just want to start with a word of thanks to the CatholicPsych Institute, to Dr. Greg, and to my training director and mentor, Dr. Gerard, because this whole process, this entire time doing this has been something fascinating and transformative in my own life and my own priesthood, and I'm just so deeply grateful to have had this opportunity. I also want to give a little bit of a history of how I ended up in this, and as Dr. Greg mentioned, where my ideas were for why I did the certification in the first place, and then where it went in very unexpected directions. So I first met Dr. Greg about 12 years ago through some mutual friends, and the first thing I found out was that he was just a really fun guy who can kick a shoe really far. And then I found out that he was a Catholic psychologist and that he was the guy from the CatholicPsych Institute that I'd been hearing about. And then a few years later, he and I ended up serving together on a committee for the ongoing formation of priests in the Diocese of Bridgeport, Connecticut, where I'm a priest. And I remember the two of us sitting at one of those meetings, and we were pounding our heads on the table trying to get a point across. We were both making the same point, but we were making the point from very different positions and for very different reasons. And I didn't fully understand the reasons that he had, and I don't know if he fully understood the reasons that I had. He probably did fully understand the reasons that I had. But both of us were trying to make the same point, and we're both immensely frustrated that nobody seemed to be paying attention. So we figured maybe if we just make ourselves bleed, they'll pay attention. They didn't, but that's neither here nor there. As that conversation continued, though, it led to a lot more. It led to a lot more conversations between the two of us where he started to share with me some of his vision for how priests could be helped and healed. Then he and his family moved to my parish, and I was their pastor. And I had them sitting in the front row every day while their 2-year-old Joseph shot me from the pew. He would just make finger guns and shoot me all during Mass. It was fantastic. And I started to take advantage of the fact that I knew Dr. Greg Bottaro, like sneak over to the house to have dinner and get free therapy in the meantime. He caught on, just so we're clear. He caught on. He understood what was happening. And he started to talk about this CPMAP program that he was developing and started talking about how wonderful it would be if every parish had somebody in the parish who understood how to really bring healing to people, understood how to balance the psychological, the emotional, and the spiritual, who understood how to really mentor people and guide them along the way. And I said, yeah, that does sound great. It sounds really expensive, too. I'm just getting this for free by coming over for dinner. And that's when he stopped being artful and artistic and just said, you should do it. And I said, okay. So that's how I ended up in the program. And I went in with this in mind. The external reason that I will give for doing this program is that we are facing in parishes now, as priests, we are facing a radical change in the challenges that people bring. We are facing high rates of youth anxiety and depression. Marriages are often struggling and in trouble. And the host of sexuality issues that's coming our way is terrifying. And it feels like everybody's watching. So I want to know how best to handle it, because I have more times than I can count been faced with a situation where I know nothing. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know how to help. And it sounded an awful lot like what Greg was offering might actually make a difference, might actually help. What I didn't talk about so much externally with people who asked me why I was doing it was the fact that I was also dealing with pretty severe burnout. From the pandemic on, I was alone at a parish of 2,400 families, trying to keep everything going. And by personality, I have a tendency to think that I have to do it all by myself, even though I have outstanding staff. But then my outstanding staff, Paula's here, she's my director of evangelization. They do things like Paula goes out and she starts winning souls for Christ, which means I have to work harder. Right? So she does like the mission. She does all the stuff that I need her to do, which is fantastic. I love that you do that, by the way. But as she goes out and does it, what do? I start taking on myself the idea that I've got to do it all. And that leads to burnout. So I went to our director of clergy personnel at one point. I said, I am burning out and I need help. And he said, have you ever met Dr. Greg Bottaro? Because I think... I said, not only have I met the man, he gives me free therapy without knowing it. He knew it, but that's the difference. Anyway. The deeper reason was I needed healing in my own life. What I wasn't expecting was just how much healing was going to happen. What I wasn't expecting was just how much the CPMAP would address not only those pastoral needs that are coming to priests, but would also address the needs that priests carry in their heart every single day. Now, as I had anticipated doing something in my capstone that would lead to something that would help to parents to address anxiety or depression in their kids, would help strengthen marriages, would help to form something that would prepare couples to be married, the Lord just kind of took that all away. And he said, no. Instead, we're doing something for priests. And so the rest of this capstone kind of comes in multiple parts. And I want to describe the parts of this capstone for you, but with the understanding that I don't put one part above another as more important, because depending on the day and my mood, the importance of one part of this capstone might be emphasized more or less, depending on the day. So the first part of the capstone that I'll talk about, but this isn't necessarily for me the most important, is simply getting priests certified, getting priests into the program. The things that are coming at priests right now, the pastoral landscape that your priests in your parishes are facing, is not something that seminary formation ever prepared us for. And that's because it's changing so fast. To say nothing of the fact that once you're out of seminary, there is no ongoing formation available. They say that there is, but the ongoing formation that's available is usually a one-day conference, maybe 2 to 4 days if you're really, really lucky. And it's usually 2 to 4 days about something that might help you to be a better preacher, but probably won't. That might help you to get some insight in your spiritual life, but it's not anything that's going to have a direct impact on your ministry. There's nothing out there. If we want ongoing formation, we usually have to ask our bishop to send us away to get a degree, which means that we're out of a parish, we're out of ministry for 2 to 4 years. And most bishops can't afford to send us there unless they need us to do canon law. Thank God the bishop has not asked me to go study canon law. So the pastoral landscape is significant. Within a few weeks of starting the certification program, I was seeing how the education I was receiving was changing the way that I met with people, the way that I listened to them, the way that I offered counsel, the way that I heard confessions. It was changing the way that I preached. Julie would tell me after Mass on Sundays, that was in the lecture this week and you plagiarized. Thank you, Julie, for keeping me accountable. In other words, CPMAP had an immediate impact on my priestly ministry, on what I was doing every day, to say nothing of the ways that it has helped me to offer better counseling, to offer better spiritual direction. I want priests to receive this because it has an immediate impact on their lives and on their ministry. And the more priests we can have doing this, the better. I went to the bishop and I told him that I had done CPMAP. I didn't tell him before I did it. I just told him after the fact. I said, I just finished the certification program. And he said, oh, that's interesting. What was it? And I told him about it, and I told him that I wanted priests to do it. And he said, all right, what's it cost? And I told him the cost, and he said, okay, let's get 6 priests. And I'll do the fundraising. Each priest is going to pay $4,000 for the program. They put in their own money. If they want to do it, they're making the commitment themselves, and I'll fundraise the rest. I said, okay. He went out and he fundraised money for 6 priests to go through the certification program in the Diocese of Bridgeport. 5 priests said yes right away. 2 have started. 3 more will start on July 1st. It's incredible, right? I want this to happen for every diocese. Now, I hope that every bishop is as effective at raising funds as my bishop happens to be, because he's good at that. And he went out and he got a whole bunch of money from people, and hopefully that will continue. Hopefully we'll be able to get more priests involved. So that's the first part. The second part of this is that the new Ratio Fundamentalis of priestly formation says that there should be this vocational synthesis period. I'm not involved in seminary formation, but one of our priests who is currently in the program right now for the CPMAP, who was just ordained a year ago, after his first week called me and he said, this is what I should have been learning in seminary. I don't know how to get this into seminary formation. I don't know how to integrate it into seminary formation. But what I would love to see is more priests who are trained to be mentors, who can then be those priests who mentor the newly ordained as they're going through that vocational synthesis period. We can't do the vocational synthesis properly, which calls for priests who are experienced mentors to guide and shepherd these newly ordained priests in that transition period from seminary to parish life. So if we can get more priests certified and trained, ready to be mentors, they will be good mentors to their younger brothers in the priesthood. So that's the second little piece of it. And then the third part of it is very simply that as I came to the program looking for some healing, maybe not even fully aware of the places where I needed healing, every priest you know is carrying some of those wounds and needs some support and needs some help. Many priests, especially diocesan priests, are hesitant to ask for help. They're hesitant to ask for help because asking for help means you did something bad. Because asking for help carries with it the stigma that somehow you're in trouble or a troublemaker or have failed in some morally evil way, even if the things that you're struggling with are not morally evil. Priests are very much in need of mentorship. And this was the thing I think that was most surprising to me, was that all of a sudden, as I was going through the certification, all I wanted to do was help priests. I was a vocation director. I never wanted to help priests. Is that weird? The Lord put on my heart a real desire to help priests. And so, in partnering with the CatholicPsych Institute, I'll offer mentorship, but I also want to, in a very particular way, offer mentorship for priests. To offer mentorship for priests in a way that they can afford and in a way that's fraternal, brother to brother, brother priest to brother priest. I'm hopeful, they don't know this yet, but I'm hopeful that the other priests who are currently being certified will also want to join me in that and offer mentorship to priests. That we could have a whole network of priests who are mentors who can mentor other priests who, whether they're seeking certification or not, can come and find some of that support and that help that they need and that healing that they need. I had the chance to do a JP2 Healing Center retreat a few years ago. And it was a very important spiritual moment in my life. In that time, I was able to uncover some of the wounds that I've been carrying, to identify it, but I struggled to do anything with it after that. There's a lot of lessons that I learned during that retreat, but a lot of those lessons in practice, I found being refreshed and renewed as I went through the certification. In mentorship, in the context of mentorship, in the context of being able to talk through these different things, and daily to have that contact with someone else who can hear what's going on, who can reflect back some information and some ideas. And so my hope is that mentorship can also be more available to priests who need it. It can be available to them in whatever way they're capable, and that more and more priests will also be able to participate in that mentorship. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, this is our vision. That's what I was saying this morning. You know, once we get the human person right, this affects everything and anything that has to do with a person. So whether we're talking about ministry or missionary work or pilgrimages or priesthood or therapy itself, this is why it matters. So if, Jack at lunchtime had mentioned a foundation. And Jack, actually, could you stand up for a second? I just want to point him out. So we have a foundation that's working along with various other organizations, institutes, dioceses, to raise money for this to happen. And with our diocese, we work together to make this really accessible. And we're very open to collaborating with other religious orders and other places where we can make this happen. So if you happen to be a person of means or interested in having a place to tithe to support this kind of work, we have a foundation, they have a foundation set up already for that. So you can go and find Jack in the back and have a conversation with him about that. All right, so we're going to take a break now. You can go back to tables, use the restroom for 15 minutes, and we'll see you back here at 3:15. All right, if we could have everybody please make their way back to their seats. We are now going to have a panel discussion, so you get to ask all of your questions for any of our speakers. Dr. Gerry to the front, please. Dr. Gerry to the front. So one of my visions for the day today for this summit was to give everybody a kind of experience of integration, because we talk about integration a lot, but again, that can be a really difficult thing to really wrap your mind around and really get at the core of what it means. And so my thought was, if we have 3 different kinds of speakers in many ways, speaking about things that you wouldn't necessarily expect right away. And so we had a psychologist speak about things very philosophically. We had a psychologist speak about things very spiritually. And we had a nun speak about things very psychologically and emotional. And this is to sort of prove our point that we are not compartmentalized into these different buckets, and that if you're looking at a human, you're looking at a person who has, as Dr. Vitz taught us, laminates or layers of a biological and psychological and spiritual dimension. And so hopefully you got a little taste of that here today. But as we're coming in for a landing, we figured we'd just kind of open this up now to have a full discussion and open questions for anything that you're sitting with still here at the end of the day. So this is just open Q&A, and see what you guys are thinking about right now.
Is this when we roast Dr. Greg?
No, you missed that part. That was supposed to be this morning.
Because last night he very specifically told me, you're not supposed to talk about the spiritual life. I was like, I'm a nun.
Let the roasting begin.
Is this thing on?
No,
yours is not on.
Thank you. This thing is now on.
Maybe we should just do one mic and then avoid some feedback.
I mean, we can maybe each keep our own and then just turn it on when we're gonna.
That works too.
Yeah.
So you just want to be able to interrupt people, right? You want the power. Maybe it's me. I'll try to move away from here. I'm here to just field questions anyway. So who's got some questions? All right. I'll come back to you.
Hello, my name's Kathy. Thank you for being here. So I'm in the CPMAP program, and I'm in the last level, level 4. And so stirring up the dreams and the hopes, like in my own heart. But from where you sit, as kind of outsiders looking in, what do you see happening here? What kind of hopes or insight might you offer?
So the 3 of you have heard little bits and pieces of Capstone, CPMAP, the program, that crazy thing Dr. Greg is up to. What is his crazy team doing? And each of you got now, I think, a much deeper experience of what we're actually up to here. And so I think the question is, from an outsider's perspective, what do you see? What thoughts do you have? What insights do you have to offer?
I was really moved by especially Father Sam's capstone presentation, and I think my encouragement would be don't assume that anybody's put together, including if they're a priest or a nun, clearly. And so I think that what I'm seeing and what I keep hearing being said is that because integration is about the whole human person, and because every human person is a whole human person, like everyone needs to be the recipient of this. And I think my other encouragement would be play to your strengths, not just like, I guess not even just your strengths, but the attractions and the promptings in your heart, because I think that, as Dr. Greg said, there were 3 very different talks today, because we're 3 very different people, and if I'm trying to give a presentation like Dr. Vitz, I'm going to be a very poor imitation of Dr. Vitz, and so you can either get one very good presentation and one poor imitation of it, or you can get 2 different and very good presentations. And so as Father Sam is feeling this call and this draw to bring this to priests, if someone else is feeling the call and the draw to bring this to seminarians, and someone else it's to middle schoolers, and someone else it's to, like, just really be attentive to that call, because you're also a very different person than every other person in the program. And if the Lord wants to reach everyone and wants everyone to be integrated, which he does, then he's going to reach those different people through different people.
You can imagine my imitation of Sister.
Please don't picture that.
Yeah, you want the real thing, of course. What I'd like to say is this. In some ways, what is happening here is actually in the development of our understanding of the person, historic. I really think that if the kind of message that's being integrated in what I call BAM, but you call whatever it might seem better. But that what you're doing here as a community of people reaching out to help other people is historically important and innovative and significant. And it's potentially something that needs to become a worldwide thing. People are in trouble all over the place. We know they're in real trouble, of course, in this country, but you know, they aren't doing so well in lots of other places too. And sooner or later, the modern malaise, which we've been living with and suffering from for some time, is going to be popping up even in so-called underdeveloped countries. So you're doing something historically significant. Each of you probably feels some special call. Follow that up. It's so early in the game that there are an awful lot of important and interesting issues that haven't been addressed. Even if they are addressed well by you, you can only apply them in one place, perhaps one diocese, one parish. There are plenty of other dioceses and parishes that need this that we have right here. Much less the world's Catholic population, much less the world's Christian population, much less the world's population. Because you're talking about the human person in a different kind of way that is a qualitative move above just talking about the person biologically or with biological illnesses or even with just psychological problems. You're talking about how it can be integrated into the spiritual life. And you're also talking with this fundamental idea that as far as we know, almost everyone in the world has certain forms of suffering that have to be addressed. That nobody, you can call them wounds or whatever, but suffering is universal. And how to cope with it in a way that is successful and helpful and Christian. I mean, Christianity is about that in many ways. And so how you can show coping with suffering leads to both growth and recovery is an extremely important thing. And you're doing it here in an integrated fashion, as far as I can see, not only integrated, but in a socially integrated, community integrated way, not just one person who's done the integration. It's a community of a professional community that is doing the integration. In doing that, you are pioneering something of great importance. So keep on trucking.
Yeah, I would agree with all that. I really love the way that Dr. Greg is taken, so much from the field of psychology and philosophy and theology and made something that is, its own format, its own way of doing it that is accessible, it sounds to me. I've enjoyed getting to know people here and getting a chance to actually see it a little more alive than just hearing about it or just trying to make sense of it. So it's been really helpful to see it. And what's occurring to me, or what's coming up for me, is really a form of evangelization and ministry that in so many ways our church our church needs, because I think something happened where we have fewer clergy and so on, but we also have a greater need to reach people and to meet people where they are at in a healing ministry. And I love it that even though there are clergy involved clearly, and like Father Sam and so on, but it is a lay movement that can include clergy, as I see it, and as a way to minister, as a way to bring healing, as a way, so I'm excited. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think I'm seeing this. I'm seeing other things all over. More and more, I'm realizing just how much healing of suffering, how much healing in general, but also how much the need to thrive and flourish. And I'm seeing all these apostolates and ministries around the country too, maybe meeting different needs in different places, but like Sultan Hearts would be one, for example, or Hope's Garden, or different ones all over. And so I'm seeing the laity rise up, and I see that happening here, and that's really exciting.
Thank you. You guys are doing a really bad job at roasting, by the way. I don't know if you know what that means, but thank you.
A quote that comes to mind, it was either by Peter Kraft or Chesterton, I don't remember. In an age that has jettisoned all of its tradition, the only rebellion possible is orthodoxy. That sounds fine and dandy. However, my generation especially, we're spiritual, not religious. That's the message. With that said, okay, at least maybe you're open to something spiritual. Do you guys see, and especially you, Dr. Vitz, in your 71 years, God bless you, of practice, we have to have open dialogue. There's so much division, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, blah, 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 world stuff. Could this be, how is this, I'm a little scattered, sorry. Could this be a way for open dialogue? How is the modern psychology, are they becoming more open to tradition? Are they becoming more open to at least dialogue? Do we have hope as Catholics? Do we have hope as, I hope that wasn't way too scattered. Sorry.
Sure, we have hope. We have Our Lady of Hope, among others, to be an example of it. But that's what when I ended my talk, I was trying to say it looks like we have all kinds of reasons for integrating and transcending the secular faith conflict. That in a way, by accepting secular psychology at its best, that's what we're doing. We're admitting that these people these psychologists, have really created something very useful. And we're admitting that they've created a new Aristotelian philosophy, so to speak, better by analogy, that they've created something and that we wish to integrate it with the faith in a way that will be helpful, I think, for everyone, much less for Christians or Catholics. So I'm hopeful about that, particularly because of the global possibilities, which I mentioned. But if I just look at today's Republican Democrat conflict or progressive versus traditionalist conflict, I'm not so hopeful. But so we have to get beyond where we are now with something that does integrate and can communicate to all of those positions. And I think we have one here. But it'll be very interesting to see the first outreaches from this kind of a community to actually have people coming in on it who come from the, if you will, secular Republican, secular Democrat conflict itself.
If I may add a few thoughts. I think that what's interesting was the shift in psychology to accepting spirituality, and Dr. Vitz mentioned that earlier, that opened a kind of an interesting door. The success of mindfulness, right, which is really a secularized form of Buddhism, but yet was formatted in some way that they were able to show that it improved depression, improved anxiety. So for me, I'm going, wow, well, we have a tradition, a 2,000-year tradition that includes meditative practices and mystical and monasticism that we should be drawing on. So that has personally inspired me to create practices that are rooted in the rich tradition that we have. So, and the fact now is we can have a voice in the world of psychology we might not have otherwise had, because now there's sort of we deserve a place in diversity just as much as any other group. And so we're offering something like, even what's going on here is offering diversity. I would just make one little comment too, hopefully it'll be little, but to what you were saying at first, and the whole idea of being spiritual and not religious and all that. There's a professor at McGill, well, he may not, I don't know if he's still alive, but there was a professor at McGill, Charles Taylor, and he, and from a secular perspective, he charted the rise of whether or not that was true that since the Enlightenment period, as science kind of increased or secularism increased, did religiosity or whatever decrease? Because that was the assumption. And he actually was able to show that that was not the case. Yes, there might have been changes in religious practice, but as far as man is concerned, there's a deep need for the sacred. There's a deep need for transcendence. And that hasn't gone away. People will look for it in different places, right? But I think that accounts, at least in Christianity, I think that accounts for why religious orders that are growing are more traditional. I think it accounts for why there's a lot of conversions from Protestantism to Orthodoxy at the moment, but there's also conversions obviously into Catholicism, because they're looking for that. They don't want, people of my generation and younger, I think, don't want the hippie church. I hate to say it. I don't have a problem with guitars or anything, generally speaking. But I'm just saying, I've gone Byzantine, right? But so we don't have guitars. But you go into the church, and it doesn't have to be a big fancy Gothic cathedral, but there's a sense of God is here, something transcendent. I'm looking for something great. I want to connect with the awesomeness of God. And yes, we need the immanent connection, the personal connection, yes. But there's something else that has just been so missing. And I think that's our avenue into the secular world, in my opinion, is calling them into that. There's a reason that the superheroes are so popular. There's a reason Lord of the Rings, which is actually essentially a Catholic book, is so popular, because it draws people into something greater than themselves. I'd rather see the Lord of the Rings as popular than the superheroes, actually, because I want them to be drawn into the faith. That's something that is true. But you can tell by the type of movies that people like that they're actually looking for transcendence a lot of the time. So.
All right, thank you. You want to give it? Okay.
I can ask after.
Hi, my question is for Mother Natalia. Sorry, but you brought up a really interesting point when you mentioned that our passions have to do with our pains, that the way we sin is very much tied to deep pains that we have. So I was wondering if you wouldn't mind, based on your ministry and experience, just expanding on those pains, like exactly what are those pains? Especially with that example that you gave of when people feel shame specifically for sexual sins. Like, what are those deep pains that cause those sins?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'll just use the example of the woman that I was walking with who was struggling with the addiction to masturbation. She's a very insightful woman, very self-aware, and it was very clear to her that that it was coming from a place of a desire for control, and I think that the sins of pleasure and the passions of pleasure, I think, are often coming from just the desire to distract from the suffering, that we were saying that we all experience just in the human condition, in the fallen human condition. There's this suffering that we want to avoid. And there's this scene in, if any of you have read the Space Trilogy by C.S. Lewis. Dr. Gerry has not. He likes sci-fi but hasn't read the Space Trilogy. In the book Paralandra, another spoiler alert, I have a lot of conversions through novels, so especially apparently C.S. Lewis novels. There's this scene in which the main character, he's basically he's on this planet that's basically pre-fallen humanity. And there are these trees that produce this beautiful fruit. And he's hungry, and so he reaches out, he eats one of these fruits, and then he doesn't reach for a second. And he has this realization of he's not had this experience before, of not reaching out for more once he's been satisfied. And I think that we're living in this perpetual fear of not being satisfied, in this perpetual fear of things will never be enough or they'll always be too much. And so I would say that I think a lot of the passions are coming from that place of wanting to avoid the too much or the not enough, or trying to console ourselves in the too much or not enough. I guess let me just think of a personal example, because I think that's easiest. It's not easiest, it's simplest. I think the manager and the firefighter parts are such a great example of this, but I have so much pain from being rejected in my life, and so much fear of that pain that I might have this sin of self-rejection, this sin of self-hatred, as a protection to avoid that pain. Because if I reject myself and I hate myself, then if someone else then rejects me, it's a little bit less painful, because it's like I've already convinced myself that I'm rejectable, and so that like softens the blow a little bit when it does happen. And so I might like choose that self-hatred in order to like not be as hurt when someone rejects me. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. There's another question.
Thank you. I would like to know what is the role of fasting and prayer in your experience or in the mentorship program? Thank you.
Well, I don't really know much about how it plays into the mentorship role, but I will say that like the point of fasting and prayer is to change us, not to change God. Like we don't change God's mind, right? He's immutable, he doesn't change. But the point of prayer and fasting is to change us, to purify us. And in some mystical way, since we are part of the body of Christ, that then also changes and purifies the person that we're praying and fasting for, if we're doing it on behalf of someone else. So I think if you're not praying and fasting for your mentees, for your directees, if you're a spiritual director, then there is something lacking in what you're doing, and you need to take on prayer and fasting, especially because like the Lord's very clear that some demons are only cast out by prayer and fasting. That doesn't need to look like only eating one small meal a day, but it might mean not having, don't give up coffee. I don't know, this is something else. But it might mean like smaller sacrifices than that.
I have a question for the two panelists on my left. Sister, you spoke about the need for a kind of genuine self-love. And Doctor, you mentioned something about the interior self as being fundamentally lovable and good. My question is this: we have a culture of what's called narcissism, and that's the self, that's the person who, that's the self that's being advocated and reinforced in our culture. So how do you distinguish between the narcissistic self and the true spiritual center? Let's say just between the narcissistic self and the true self.
I'd love to address that. Thanks. Yeah, I think I believe that when we're in contact with the inmost self, it isn't narcissistic. In fact, it's oriented toward God, and it best reflects the image of God within us. But I do believe parts can take on a narcissistic element, and they do that as a self-protective way. I love the way Mother Natalia was describing the self-hatred as a protective part. That's a firefighter, so that's great. And so I think that even a part that is narcissistic, that is self-focused, comes, and I'm a trauma therapist, so it comes from early trauma. It comes from usually a person who is not allowed to be seen, not allowed to be heard, and where they experience something of maybe complete rejection, maybe complete alienation and isolation. And so the part adapted to that later in life to self-focus or narcissistic behaviors as a way to be seen, as a way to be heard, and it's an over-adaptation, right? In other words, this is the only way I'm ever going to be heard if I, is by being narcissistic, so to speak. So the goal of any therapy would be to help that person to meet that need that was always there, help the part have that need met that was always there, but in a healthy way. And I think the narcissistic tendencies in that will come down when that part is unburdened and receives what it always needed. So that's how I would see narcissism. And so when the parts are in harmony, and when they're unburdened and all that and unblended, and the inmost self is able to be available, if you will, grace is flowing, and I would say the person is naturally wanting to love others. That's what, in a healthy way, not in a, I'm only going to do nice things because I hope you'll like me. But no, I just genuinely, it's just the natural flow to want to love others and to love God when you have that inner harmony. So it's actually the opposite of narcissism in the end, which is great. I just want to say that the lady that asked for prayer, I just want to add one little thing. I would define prayer in a broader way too. So I define prayer as, now I haven't had to do this for a long time, but I would define it as changing a diaper. I would say you can, no, this is not a metaphor. I'm just saying in changing a diaper, you can pray. In washing dishes, you can pray. In sitting with a client as a mentor, you're in a place of prayer. So I would say, I'm a big Dietrich von Hildebrand fan, and I would say, and he uses true consciousness as the term, and I would say that is the same as Catherine Doherty or St. Therese or Brother Lawrence, and this sort of practicing the presence. And so I think a deep level of prayer is about walking with God always, in everything you do, always. And it answers the question of, like, how can you be praying without ceasing, as well as the Jesus prayer? It is because God is walking with you in every moment, and that's a high calling. But I think we're called to it, and it transforms the way you live. And so the activity of counseling for me is sacramental in that case. But so could changing a diaper be sacramental. So that's my thought on that. I just didn't want to forget that thought. But you can answer, Dr. Vitz.
I mean, I think Dr. Gerry's answer was perfect. I think all I would add is maybe, I was thinking the same thing, that just like true love draws us out of ourselves. It doesn't turn us in on ourselves. And so if we're loving ourselves with an authentic love, then I think that, like, the point is we're good, we're made in the image of God. And so if we're loving ourselves because we're good and made in his image, then that makes us not deserving of love any more than any other person. Because every other person is also good and made in the image of God. So if it's a true self-love, it's not a love that says, I'm more good than others. So I think, like, it has to come in the context of that commandment to love others as we love ourselves. And if we're not doing the latter, then there's something lacking in it's not the self-love that puts me above others, it's the self-love that says I'm just as good as others and they're just as good as me.
Yeah, so the narcissist. So the narcissist always has the love that he has for himself as understood as the fact that he is better than others, or she. Narcissism tends to be more often found in men, by the way.
Color me surprised.
I don't know. I was thinking a little bit, I might have missed something, but my immediate thought is that narcissists hate themselves more than anybody.
Oh. That could be because the interpretation of why they're narcissistic is because underneath they have this terrible fear of being worthless. But those would be both parts. I mean, each of those would be a part of that in your framework, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love it. And yeah, the narcissism is a way overcompensation for all the self-loathing, is how I see that. But yeah.
Okie doke.
Okay.
I think I just want to give one one other example. I don't know if this is related to anything, but I think it's a fun example and a fun image, so I'm going to give it anyways because I'm a nun and I do what I want. When you were sharing, Dr. Gerry, about how in loving others, we do that because it's coming from this place of self-gift and not from this place of wanting to get something out of relationship. I was directing a retreat for some women from Wyoming Catholic College a few weeks ago out in the desert in Moab. And something that I was sharing with one of them about relationship is that, and the love of God, but also the love of others, and the motivation behind our actions is that, like, if we have a friend who we know really enjoys ice cream sandwiches, and we are given an ice cream sandwich, we could give that to our friend because we want to earn their love, because we're afraid that they don't like us, and because we just want them to, like, owe us in this way. Or we can give them the ice cream sandwich because we know that it will delight them, and we want to be able to give them that delight. And so I think that those exterior actions, those outward actions can have the different motivations. And so oftentimes, we have to discern those motivations to figure out whether or not it's actual love.
You know, and I think that going back to the way that we are operating to protect ourselves and keeping ourselves safe really does help make a lot of sense of this. But it starts from self, or the interior experience. And another answer to the question about hope is there seems to be this emphasis moving in the secular field back towards the involvement of your own part as a therapist or as a healer. Almost, it seems like going back to the origins of Freud, where everybody started in psychoanalysis. You had to have an analyst before you could become an analyst. And, we do so much work in certification on working on ourselves first, before we even talk about what it's like to work with anybody else. And it's almost this return, but now with proper guidance, so we have a good framework to understand the kinds of things that are going on in ourselves. So in a way, it's almost if the whole world is opening up to this reality that it's not just this cold, hard science, it's human, it's, there's something soft about it, there's something relational about it. We matter, and so we have to look at ourselves. And then if we have that proper guidance and framework, there's a lot of opportunities there. And we realize that actually we all have a narcissist inside of us. One of our homework assignments is actually reflecting on the narcissist inside of you and speaking from that part. It throws a lot of people off. They don't actually think I mean your narcissist inside. And then they realize it, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, we do have narcissist inside. That was a spoiler alert for anybody in level 1 and 2. You'll get that ahead. But this is what we're doing now, is looking inside to make sense of these things in a more compassionate way. I have a question as well for the three of you. Another theme that I was thinking about for the day, and it didn't really make it out into the topics, maybe it'll be the theme for next year, but is complementarity. And Dr. Vitz has a book on the complementarity of men and women. I think the greatest and grandest complementarity is between us and God. And if you think about this marital image, that Eve was taken bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh out of Adam to be one with Eve, and that is the sign and what points us to our ultimate relationship with God, that marriage is only an image of. This is our idea of complementarity, that we come out of ourselves to be one with that which is totally other. And I've kind of wanted to invite. I especially wanted Mother Natalia for a lot of reasons, but she's representing an Eastern part of the church, which we don't in the West often get a lot of exposure to. And obviously, Dr. Crete has shared his proclivity to the Eastern Church as well. So we have the complementarity between the East and the West. We have the complementarity between men and women. We have the complementarity between head and heart. And what I find so fascinating is the stories of how opening up to stepping out of where we are to embrace the other helps us come out of ourselves and become better versions of ourselves, to become more of who we are called to be. So I want to ask each of you, and you can keep it on the professional, or you can go to the personal. But I'd just really love to hear from each of you experiences that you've had in your life, or something you could share that you found to be helpful, where you had to step out of what comes so natural to you, to the other, to receive from something complementary. Put it in the mic. I'd love to hear more.
My wife and daughters is how I learned about complementarity. And then from my spiritual involvement with Our Lady, those have been the ways in which I've recognized the other in femininity, in womanhood, and many of the things that are now being disparaged, but which I find absolutely amazing and absolutely, different in the way in which women are relational and empathic and loving. And, well, here's a little story about two grandchildren, a grandson and a granddaughter. The grandson was given 2 blocks, and so he put them down on the floor and started to make a road or a wall or something with them. And those 2 blocks then were picked up and given to the granddaughter. She took one in each hand, and they began talking to each other. And so relationship is so foundational. And also, I think I came to the conclusion after a while of watching mothers that there's no such thing as a self-made man. That every child to come up to adulthood at all, or even semi-adulthood, needs the kind of mothering that almost always it's only women who give, or we wouldn't even be here. That is, alive or present. So I've had to learn both about the virtues of femininity, and second, how they are, in a certain sense, complementary. And our son has a thing about, one of our boys, about solving certain problems with machines and apparatus that doesn't work in our house. And when my wife has tried to solve it and hasn't, she asked Michael to come in, and he says, well, you don't have a Y chromosome. But that's for some kind of mechanical machinery or something like that. But if somebody has an emotional problem, or doesn't have, is unhappy in some other way, then you better find somebody with 2 X chromosomes.
It took me a moment, but I think I had to go deep actually here a little bit, responding to that. I would say, as a kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, and having being raised in a family, a very dysfunctional family, and where my father was abusive and could be very violent and undependable. And my mother was very meek and mild, but she went to work at a secretarial job, and she was the dependable person in the family. She was the one we knew would be able to pay the bills. She was the one who, was going to be consistent, whereas my father was an alcoholic and all this business, and so he was undependable. And so I know that probably my relationship with my mother as the oldest was one where I was a surrogate spouse kind of thing, emotionally at least at times. And so you get that dynamic. But my thought growing up. And then, of course, you've got a lot of radical feminism more in the 80s and everything else. And so I had a very low opinion of what it meant to be a man, because it wasn't modeled for me. And then I had I had a mixed opinion of what it was to even be a woman. And so what I came to realize, I would say, again, it would be my wife, would be the primary person, but I'd had a lot of growth before we got married, but I still think I learned that to see through her eyes how she saw me brought out something in me that I didn't know I had. And so I was able to see what qualities of masculinity are meant to be. And so it isn't you're not a man if you just take things with brute force. You're not a man if you are coercive or abusive or manipulative or selfish or unreliable. And those are not masculine. That's not being a man. And so I think, we can see what it is to be a man in the Bible. We can see how God breathes life right into Adam, and that Adam is now responsible for creation. He gives him things to take care of. And we see Christ as the perfect example of manhood. And his perfect example is ultimately being willing to be crucified out of love. So the example of manhood that I had to learn was to be to be loving, and that was powerful, and that there's a power in vulnerability, and that there's a power in generosity, and there's a power in presence, in loving, just a loving masculine presence. And it is something that more and more I've learned my wife appreciates experiencing that in me. So there's a complementarity going on. So we see each other in each other's eyes. And I can appreciate and benefit from her femininity, and she sees me doing that, and vice versa. So I think that's the complementarity. And we live in a world where I would say men aren't, maybe not everybody had exactly my terrible experience, but still there's an absence of masculinity, and there's a crisis there, and we don't know what it means as men. Often we don't know what it means to be a man, and we need that, and women need that from us. So
this is very simple, but the only thing that's coming to mind right now is not a complementarity of sexes, but the complementarity of needs. Father Boniface Hicks talks about this a lot, of just that every person who has something to give needs someone who needs that gift. And that's been really healing for me to realize, because I'm so ashamed of being needy. And I think that's the complementarity that is where I've been pulled out of myself, is to be able to express my neediness and to realize this need that I have actually matches very well with what this person needs to give. And that complementarity is there also when I'm the one who has something to give. Because when in Matthew 25, when Jesus talks about what you did for the least of your brethren, of my brethren, that you've done for me, that means Jesus is putting himself in the place of the one who's receiving, which means he's not just saying that I'm the one who's always giving, but we need to be willing to be in the place of the least of the brethren and to receive. So that complementarity of being able to give, but also the complementarity of just being honest about our neediness.
That's really beautiful. Thank you for that. That's a great connection point. I think for all of us, I've just seen in so many different ways that when, in marriage, And you see these amazing things happen in marriage therapy when men and women, and I've experienced this in my own marriage, when we stop fighting for our own interests and then actually like go across the bridge. And when you see a couple that you're working with listen and understand and then receive why maybe the other person has a perspective that's worth listening to. You know, like maybe I married somebody who I value their opinion. That might be a good place to start. And then, you know, maybe it's worth shutting up right now and actually listening to what this other person has to say, even though it feels like you're taking a trip to a foreign country and you don't speak the language. But then when you do that and you open up and then you see both people do that with each other, it's like, oh yeah, there was another way to look at this situation. I had no idea. And this eureka moment comes from that. And even Dr. Gerry, your experience of what you learned about fatherhood is your experience, and then there's what other people learn about fatherhood. That's a different kind of experience, and you had to step out of yours to enter into another. I mean, Christ himself has a radically different experience of fatherhood. And I was actually thinking about Bruce Jenner, I think in the 80s, had the same exact story. And I remember I saw an interview going way back. I remember on ESPN, and he was way before all the craziness now. And he was talking about his dad and how abusive he was and violent, and this is, you know, and he was talking about how am I supposed to want to be a man like this? And you see, if we can listen with ears like that to a story like his, and he has a far different outcome, obviously, but we can understand it. We can enter into that kind of experience and see it differently with those kinds of eyes and ears, and maybe build a little bit of a bridge. And then, you know, who knows, maybe people in his position are able to actually step out of the boat and come out of their experience as well. And ultimately, it brings us right into the heart of the Trinity. And that's the model that we're all made out of, that relational dynamic of interpenetration and mutual eternal self-gift that we are now participating in through our own relationships. And this is our blessing and our grace to be alive, to be human, to be made in his image, and be able to participate in that kind of love. So we do have to wrap up the panel right now. I really appreciate everything that you guys have offered today and brought. Thank you again. We're gonna have Jack Beers now head up, and he's gonna give a little bit of a presentation. I first met Jack when he was working for another organization doing content, and I met him as one of the most genuine, thoughtful, discerning people that I've ever met. And when he told me that he was thinking about mentoring others and CPMAP and the certification, I was excited beyond belief, because if somebody like Jack could enter this kind of program and bring to it what he does, it would be amazing. And sure enough, the discernment didn't end, and as he went through it, painfully I think at times, he was discovering his own path and journey throughout it. So I'm really excited to share with you Jack Beers and his vision for his capstone.
I so appreciate that, Greg. That's almost how it went. It was very much like, hey, I'm doing this new CPMAP thing. You got to do it. And I was like, what's CPMAP? And he's like, doesn't matter. You got to do it. I was like, okay, I guess. No, but I'm super grateful for CPMAP. Also, I had no real intentions of talking about the Integrated Life Foundation, and Greg also shared a little bit about that. So I wanted to take a quick moment to just share a little bit about the Integrated Life Foundation. I'm the chair of the board on what is a new and exciting foundation that's funding innovation in the area of mental and emotional care from an authentic Catholic perspective. So we are essentially a bridge between two groups of people. One are the innovators, the people who have hopes and dreams of caring for people in an authentically Catholic and deeply integrated way. who have recognized that what we're currently doing for mental and emotional care is not good enough. There are more people receiving care, more people receiving therapy, more people on medication than ever before, and yet the rates of anxiety and depression and mental and emotional distress continues to rise. And at the Integrated Life Foundation, we believe it's because there's a fundamental difference between the way the world is treating the human person and the way Catholics treat the human person, and wanting to promote a really Catholic a strong Catholic anthropology that will actually transform people at their core. Our primary initiative in launching it is a focus in on the priesthood. We'll do a lot of other things, but one of the reasons why I was so excited about Father Sam and what he was sharing about is that there really is nothing in terms of continual formation for priests, and there is not really much of anything that supports the emotional journey of the priest, especially diocesan priests in particular. And one of the, I love Father Sam for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why I would follow him anywhere is because he puts his money where his mouth is. Literally every single dollar that goes to Father Sam doesn't go to Father Sam. He donates it directly to the foundation in order to provide scholarships for priests. That's how much he believes in it. So yes, if you have means, I would love to tell you a little bit more about the Integrated Life Foundation. But also, if you're passionate about it and you want to learn more, just go to the integratedlifefoundation.com and you can learn about all the different things that we're doing. The other thing that I wanted to share about the foundation, because I couldn't believe that Jen didn't share it, is that Jen isn't just in theory going to do integrated pilgrimages. She is leading a pilgrimage alongside Dr. Greg in June of 2025 to Poland. So when you go on integratedlifefoundation.com, you can click on pilgrimages and you can see an opportunity to go to Poland in June of 2025 and in Rome in 2025. I haven't talked to you about that yet, but we're doing it. I got you back, for sure. But we will be doing that, and Jen is going to be leading it, and it's going to be incredible. It will include mentorship as a part of that process, and so it is going to be absolutely extraordinary. All right, now what I was actually asked to come up here and do, which is talk about my capstone. You know, I was thinking about how I was going to share my capstone, and I was like, oh, you know what I should do? This will be really novel. I should thank my supervisor and then talk about how this whole process changed me and then talk about my capstone, and that'll be new. And then I watched Jen and Father Sam do the exact same thing, so this isn't going to be new for you. I went into CPMAP and I went into this experience wanting to get back into direct relational ministry. I'd spent a long time creating content and doing mass evangelization resources, and I wanted to get back into direct relational ministry. But what I quickly discovered is that the model of CPMAP is that we are broken in relationship and we are healed in relationship, and that my role as the mentor is to become a corrective emotional experience for the mentee. That in and through a relationship with me, the wounds that they have experienced, the mentee has experienced, can be healed, and literally the brain and the reactions of the brain can be healed in and through a relationship with the mentor. And that the mentor can be a bridge to the true Catholic mentor, which is Jesus, in a really, really profound way. And I loved that idea. I loved that concept. And then in reality, what I found out very quickly is that it meant I had to work through my own stuff on a really deep and powerful way. That in order to be a part of the healing process, I had to be free enough myself to heal. And that stunk. It was really difficult, and it was really, really wonderful. And I have to thank my corrective emotional experience, Dr. Brian Violet. There were so many moments I could hear my fellow Dr. Violet compatriots being like, you say that so tender when the reality is Dr. Brian is a knife cutting right through. They're laughing hardest. There's so many things that I had been thinking about and working through emotionally and spiritually for a decade, literally a decade, trying to work on these things. And it was in and through my relationship with Dr. Brian for his loving fatherly care that transformed me. And so I'm enormously and eternally grateful for you, Dr. Brian. So I actually think that I am my capstone. My capstone is actually me personally. That the best way for me to actually describe my capstone would actually be for my wife to come up here and for her to be like, I am so happy that I have a husband who can actually see me and validate me now. That the person who should come up here are people that I work with who can be like, Jack was an awful listener, and now he's not. And now he's really good at it. And when I tell him things, he actually hears what I say. And my kids who would come up here and be like, they wouldn't say it this way, but Dad's doing the right things in the right way for the right reasons now. And that would be the best way for me to express my capstone. But again, that's not technically what I was asked to do. I'm still working on those rebel parts, huh? All right, so my capstone, tangibly speaking, like I said, I worked for 10 years in creating content, in creating programs and resources to serve the church. So sacramental preparation resources, retreats, working on the content for pilgrimages, working on content for events, and doing tons and tons of books, so many books. And I developed a real skill for being able to take somebody's bones, a bones of an idea, a bones of an expertise, and then putting flesh on it and turning it into a real project. Someone who says, I really want to write a book for people who are going through cancer, but I've never written a book before, or I've only written for, family before. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then being able to come and be in relationship with me, and I can actually help bring that process and that program to life. And so the biggest part of my capstone that I'm really excited about to share with those of you who are currently students, and those of you who I know are going to be students after today, whether you know it right now or not, you will be, is that if you have a dream, if you have something that you want to create, if you want to really help someone in a particular situation with a resource, with a great book, with a series, with an event, with something that is going to touch a number of people with one specific experience, I cannot wait to help you bring that to life. And because of the training of CPMAP, because I have gone through all of this, because I'm a mentor, I'm going to be able to do it in two ways, both in my creative abilities as a content creator and because of my knowledge having gone through the experience. And I know that's already in the works with at least one project, and I cannot wait for it to be more. And that is the primary effort of what I'm calling the Catholic Mentor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack. I can't wait to see what God is doing and brewing with all these capstones. And we have, Jack's expertise with content. So we have these partnerships building and channels opening up, that there's so much more that needs to be done and can now be done when we can amplify our effect in these ways. We're gonna now shift a bit for the last say 20 minutes here, or 45. What are we at? 30 minutes maybe. Hot off the press, literally this morning, we had a video editor send me the file for a trailer that we've been working on, and I actually literally have not even seen the full final cut yet. So I hope it's as good as I assume it is. I've seen the draft, so I know we're going in the right direction. Can we have somebody hit the lights? This is my wife, Barbara, by the way. She didn't want to be introduced, but thank you. You can hit the lights. I'll have to pay for that later. It was worth it. So this is a little trailer. It's going to end up on our website, but I just wanted to share this with you guys because it was so exciting to get it. it's a really dangerous and really difficult situation that we find ourselves in. We don't know who we are. We think about our bodies and spirits as two separate things. We've moved so far away from a truly Christian understanding of our own humanity.
All around me, I see wounded people.
On a ministerial level, I was seeing tons of problems with anxiety.
I wanted to truly minister to the deepest needs of the human person.
Do something deeper in the lives of people.
There's just still something that I was looking for.
There wasn't anybody who had a cohesive approach or way to really work with people. There really was no answer out there.
The human heart was not designed at Harvard. It was designed in heaven.
We're going to start with the basics, really thinking about what it is to be a person. It's why we built our certification program. It's why we are training people in the spiritual life and a philosophical understanding of the whole person and psychological sciences.
I'm a Catholic priest,
mental health counselor,
marriage and family therapist,
teacher educator, director of evangelization,
husband and father,
wife, mom, grandma.
You're here because you want to be able to help people.
See your client as God's kid, called to be a saint.
Been incredible.
One of the most rewarding experiences I've done.
It really impacts every relationship and role in life.
How I relate to my coworkers,
My friends, my kids, my wife.
Challenged me to become more the person I am meant to be.
It has improved my work with clients.
every decision I make is different because of this new understanding of the human person.
Really engage the mind.
Wealth of knowledge in psychology and spirituality and anthropology.
These are certain tools that I will take with me forever.
It's impacted how I do spiritual direction.
It has opened the door to real accompaniment work with real mentees.
It's been really incredible.
I think it came out pretty good. This is like a surreal experience for me too. It's like super vulnerable to share this in this way, but I'm like really choked up, and I'm so proud of our students, of our Catholic Psych team. I'm like overwhelmed right now just to see this coming to fruition. And you know, I heard Paul say a little earlier talking to somebody that, you know, I'm like one of his kids, and so everybody here is like his grandkids. I've been called the grandfather already because we have our training directors who are really the fathers and mothers of our team. I'm like the grandpa. You're really a great grandfather. I don't know if you knew you had this many great grandchildren, but I mean, to bring this here, to share this with friends and family, and so much of what God is doing is just it's beyond words. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here, for praying for us, for your support. Just showing up is so much. Right now, we're going to actually turn to having our graduates actually receive their awards, their certificates of completion, if you will. So if we can have, I don't know who's going to help me with that, but if you guys want to head back up here now. And the way that our program works is we do have lectures that are pre-recorded. And so I've done them along with Dr. Brian Violette. We recorded 120 lectures that make up the core of our program. And it was interesting, when I first started it, I was thinking these are the classes. And then, you know, people would see these classes recorded and, you know, then have discussion groups. But it actually turns out that the discussion groups are more than that. That's really the classroom, and that happens in real time. And we have training directors that are set up over cohorts of students who are going through the material. And so the lectures are really just like the curriculum. You know, it's like the assigned reading. You have assigned watching. You know, so we created some of these materials, and then the real work is being done by our training director team. So we have them up here with us right now. We're missing one. Unfortunately, Stephanie Muncie got really sick this week, and she couldn't be with us this weekend. So unfortunately, she's not here to join us right now. But we're going to have our training directors present the awards to the students who have already graduated. So when I call your name, student graduates, you can head up right now. And actually, if you guys want to all sort of make your way up, if you've graduated, make your way up towards the front anyway. So first, under the leadership of Teresa Violet, we have Nick Clooney. Nick is from Dayton, Ohio, where he's married with 2 boys. You can come right over here. Yep, just walk this way. We didn't rehearse this, if you can tell. You can hand that to Teresa, then she'll give it. So Nick's capstone is an integrative workshop on overcoming pornography addiction. All right, next, still under Teresa Violet, we have Jonna Sullivan. Jonna lives in Guilford, Connecticut. She's a mom to a wonderful 10-year-old boy, Levi. She graduated from Franciscan University, and her capstone is focused on mentorship, mercy, and healing in the Father's love. Bobby Angel from Dallas, Texas, married with 5 kids. He's got a master's in theology from Augustine Institute, the author of 3 books, and has evangelized internationally and online via Ascension Presents. His capstone is ministering to the ministers, accompanying our faith leaders. And he's experienced firsthand a lot of the burnout and the need that people that are in the spotlight often experience, and he wants to give back and serving them in that way. So thank you, Bobby. All right, next, Dr. Gerard McNicholas, a training director. Here he has his first graduate, Father Sam Kachuba. As you already heard, he was my pastor when we lived in Fairfield, Connecticut. He's a priest of the Diocese of Bridgeport and pastor of St. Pius X Parish. He received his BA from Fordham, STB from Pontifical Gregorian University, STL from the Gregorian, and his capstone, as you've already heard about it, is the CPMAP in service to priests. All right, next up we have Barb. Where's Barb? Oh, there she is. Come on over. Barb lives in Pittsburgh with her husband, who is a deacon. They have 1 son, Gabriel, whom they lost to miscarriage. She's previously earned an MA in pastoral ministry from Duquesne and an MS from the University of Pittsburgh in telecommunications. And she has a certificate in spiritual direction. Her capstone is, she has a lot of experience in formation with the diaconate, and so she wants to bring mentorship to deacon formation, having done a lot of work with her husband and her husband's colleagues. So her capstone is entitled Created, Wounded, and Healed in Relationship, a Diaconate Formation Seminar. Congratulations. All right, next up we have Jen Coffey Shevchuk. We've also heard about her capstone. She's from Corning, New York. She's married for 15 years with 2 kids. She previously received a BA in mental health from Franciscan University and 4 years of graduate studies at the JP2 Lateran in Theology of Marriage and Family. She has a certificate in early Montessori education and catechesis of the Good Shepherd. And along with her husband, owns the Can't Be Missed Tours Company, now launching Integration Pilgrimages. Congratulations, Jen. Next up, we have the graduates of Dr. Brian Violet. First up, Julie Zistris. She's from Connecticut. She is recently married, and the minister for her wedding was Father Sam Kachuba. So I think we have our first CPMAP wedding officiated by a CPMAP student. I don't know if that'll ever be repeated again, but pretty awesome that it happened. Her capstone is called Restoration Story, Restore Your Story, and she's actually working with Paula, who is another one of our students, and their capstone, they want to provide fundraising to help the underserved, especially in Hispanic-speaking communities and other under-resourced communities. So really grateful for that work. Thank you. All right, next we have Jack Beers from Florence, Kentucky. He is married with 3 kids. One of them is on the way. Congratulations. He received his undergraduate degree and is now working on developing his capstone, which you heard about, the Catholic Mentor, Walking Through the Storms of Life. Congratulations, Jack. All right, and then we have Sean Faulkner, our next training director. A fan favorite. Sean and his group recently graduated Bonnie Volk. Come up, please. Bonnie is from Bismarck, North Dakota. She's a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, and she has 3 kids, 2 grandkids, and a 3rd on the way with a BS in fashion merchandising and business. And her capstone is entitled Healed People Heal People. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Bonnie. And now we'll have Dr. Bryan will give out Stephanie's students, and she can't be here with us. And I'm sure she's watching. She's so proud of you guys, and we love you, Stephanie. We wish you could be here with us. Shaylin Mishiak is from Hays, Kansas. Come on up. She's married, growing their family. They have 2 kids, previous degree in psychology from Benedictine, and a master's in clinical mental health counseling from Divine Mercy University. And her capstone is called A School of Love, a workshop for building resilient and flourishing families. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Mary Ellen McCarthy. She's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. She's single, received her bachelor's in communication in psychology, and her capstone for completion of CPMAP is called Sacramental Continuity, a book describing, now listen to this, this is fascinating, the psycho-spiritual developmental effects of sacraments on human development. That's a book that she's going to be writing and sharing more about. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm really, again, so proud of all of you. How about a nice big round of applause for all of our graduates? Thank you. Thank you. Now, I actually bribed, cajoled, forced just about everybody up here on stage into the program when we first started. They had no idea what they were getting into. They thought it was going to be like a couple weeks, we do this little thing, and it's like 2 years later, and they've really gone through it. So you guys have definitely earned those. Thank you so much. All right, yeah. All right, well, to kind of wrap up here, I just want to say, this is a work that, needs a lot of prayer. And we are sharing and spreading and amplifying in ways that can get messy at times, but by God's grace, the Holy Spirit is really directing everything that we're doing now. And we just keep on opening ourselves up to Him. And so a lot of the times I feel like I have no idea what is happening. And it keeps working, which is the most amazing indication of the Holy Spirit behind this, because I have nothing to do with it. And most of the time I don't even know what's happening. So I'm just really grateful for your prayers. Please, please, please keep us in your prayers. And if anybody's interested in any of the things that we've mentioned as part of what we wanted to offer for people who've come today, also people live streaming, anybody that's interested in either the services that we offer to help people or the training that we're doing to help others help people. We have some discounts and some offers available. So I just want to give you those real quick if you're interested. The first is for the CPMAP certification itself. So if you're thinking about wanting to join up, I'm not in the stage of trying to bribe anybody anymore, so don't worry, I'm not going to chase you down. But if something has sparked inside of you and you want to do this work and joining what we're doing, we're going to waive the application fee until May 5th. And, well, that's tomorrow. So we're going to waive the application fee till the end of the day tomorrow. And then we're going to also give a $2,000 discount on the program itself off the first quarter. So in order to claim that or to get that, whatever, we have a text thing set up. So if you take out your phone, if you're interested, you can send a text message to, the number is 860, oh, it's up here. That's so fancy. You guys did a great job. 860-560-1880, and you can text CPMAP to that number, and then I think you'll get a text in response with the links and the information or whatever else. So there's that. So that's to waive the application fee, and then it's also to get a discount if you're accepted. Now here's a caveat for this and the mentorship itself. We still have an application process. This is not just a sale. We're not just trying to sell you on anything. And we have to interview everybody that applies. So we interview in the order that we receive the application. So if you're actually interested in it, the application is a little bit of a process. So get home, do it today, do it tomorrow, and then we will follow up with a scheduled appointment for an interview. We have narrow, small cohorts that we let in every 3 months. And that's because we actually provide personal mentorship and guidance and accompaniment for every student. So we literally walk by the hand every student through the entire program. And so when you first join up, you're assigned to one of our training directors, put into a small group, and then that's your class through the whole program. And that's the person that you can talk to on a daily basis, receiving the same kind of guidance and support that you end up learning how to give to others later. For that reason, we have very small cohorts. We're not doing this on scale and mass. So our application process is by order of having received the application, and then if you're accepted into the program, you're placed into a cohort accordingly. Our cohorts are filled up already for July and for October. So most likely, if you apply now, you get accepted. We're looking at January of 2025 for when you would begin. And likewise, our other side of what we do is to actually offer services. And so we provide this kind of work for people who come to us for help. And we're going to give a 50% off the first month of mentorship for new clients that are interested. And so text mentor 50, that was great, to 860-560-1880. Same caveat. This is to schedule a consultation. So not everybody's always a good fit. You still have to have a conversation and figure it out. But if all signs point to go and it's a good fit, then you'll get the 50% off for the first month. If you want to share this with somebody else instead that you think might benefit from what we're doing, please, by all means, send it. It's fine to send it to anybody else that you think could benefit from that as well. Okay, any questions on that? Quick, short ones. Simple ones, no. Okay, you can find me afterwards for the long, complicated questions. All right, so anyways, this pretty much wraps up our program here, and I am, again, so grateful. I'm out of words. I do want to give a very deep, heartfelt thank you to the staff here and the people at Montrose who opened up their doors to us to use their facility, and as well as Sparhawk Academy. We're going to have a student retreat tomorrow, and a smaller group. It's a little bit more intimate, and we're going to use the Sparhawk Academy for that, and they've opened their doors for us as well. So really, really grateful for all of their work setting up the space. And then our whole team, I mean, the training directors goes without saying, but our whole team taking care of support all the back end stuff, flashing things up at the right time. I mean, as far as I can tell, the day has gone off without a hitch. And so I'm just really so proud of what everybody has been able to bring together. We also have project manager Katie, who happens to be Jack's wife, who couldn't be with us either. And she's working behind the scenes, probably harder than anybody, and she didn't get to even share the joy of being here today. So we just want to put it out there and express that gratitude. And especially want to thank our speakers for making the trip and being a part of what we're doing here. Thank you for blessing us with your wisdom, with your heart. And I want to thank all the priests and religious that have come, especially again, Bishop-elect, thank you so much for making the trip. Our students, of course, for giving us your trust and being a part of this process, really ultimately opening up to the Holy Spirit and trusting God, calling you to walk through this stage of your life in this program. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my wife, Barbara, for all that she puts up with, and she's really the hidden mom for the whole program. She really carries so much, and she deals with a lot of the things that I bring to her instead of all to you guys. So thank you, Barbara. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here today. God bless you all.